the second speaker before requesting the chairman of Committee of Deans to take his seat. Dr. Enobong Ogundari, please, where are you? Thank you. Usher her to her seat, please. Let's keep clapping for her till she takes her seat. I would like to recognize the presence of Mrs. Oluneye here. Please stand for recognition, ma. Thank you for coming around. Professor Yinka Adeshino, I cited, okay, bros. Good morning, welcome. And all our audience that are presently here, we recognize your presence. We'll still recognize you the more in the course of the program. We'll be doing the introduction in phases, and while we compile the names, everybody here is actually very important personality. I may not be able to see everybody completely, but I've asked somebody to help me put down the names. We'll recognize everybody as the program progresses. But now I will request that we rise as we take the national anthem to start the program. Shall we please rise to observe the national anthem?
Music on trendybeats.com.
Thank you. Oh, please take the OAU anthem. Okay. La 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 la. Let's go. Great Ife, Africa's most beautiful campus. Conscious, vigilant, progressive. A looter against all oppression, forward ever, backward never, for learning and culture, sports and struggle. Great Ife, I love you. There is only one great Ife in the universe. Another great Ife is a counterfeit. Great Ife. Shall we please sit down? Thank you very much. I would like to recognize the presence of Professor Morenike Upong, the Dean of Dentistry. And please, you may proceed to the table too, ma. Please, ma. Let's clap for her. Please, let's keep clapping for her till she gets to her seat. They are the persons we are celebrating today, women in IP. So she should take her rightful seat there. All right. I've been told that Professor Owularafe, Director CTLW, is in-house. Please stand for recognition. Thank you for coming, sir. Professor Babajide Odu, thank you for coming. Election anyway. Professor Akoni Akiyemi, well, thank you for coming too. Thank you for coming too. Thank you for coming. As other guests arrive, we'll keep introducing them to us. I won't be doing this alone. I have a co-anchor, a co-compare. Ms. Ibukun Adirogba, please come. Let them see you. She will be co-anchoring this event today with me. She's an I think it's time for us to listen to the opening speech of today's event. And I would like to call on the director of the Office of Intellectual Property and Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer Office of the University. Professor Grace Ogmulusi, please.
Good morning, sirs and ma. I'm happy to be here and I'm happy to see every one of us. I want to thank the Lord for this opportunity that Obafemi Awolowo University can join the whole world to celebrate the World IP Day on this particular day. I would like to recognize our Vice Chancellor in absentia, the DVC. I know they will soon be here. I want to appreciate everyone who is here. I want to thank all the directors here present. I want to welcome all the HODs and appreciate you. And I'm glad to have here Mrs. Oluneye Oluwole, who is one of our alumni and an entrepreneur, a woman of vigor. I want to thank you very much for making it to this program. She came in this morning to join us. She's a very good supporter of the Central Office of Research. I want to thank our students of Obafemi Awolowo University International School. And I'm so happy to have many of our inventors here. I'm glad to have everybody here. And I welcome you. I would like to say that we are here today to join the entire world in celebrating the excellent, innovative ways women have impacted the world. No doubt, as we soon see, a number of women have done great things to transform the world. They are all over the world, and especially in Nigeria. We have a lot of women in the fashion industry, doing great things, creative works in music, in film, in technological development, and many others. But despite all these achievements, women still account for just about 16% of the international patent applications. This could be as a result of poor information or lack of recognition of their creativity and innovation. The World IP Day is not just to remember and applaud innovators and creators, but also to unleash the ingenuity of women and girls everywhere. And I'm happy we have a lot of ladies here, girls and women. I want to appreciate you for coming because I know this program has a lot for you. And I also want to use this opportunity to celebrate all our women inventors in the university. A number of them have joined in one research or the other, or led one research or the other, to give us the pride that we have as Obafemi Awolowo University in terms of the number of patents that we have in the university. I want to believe that to encourage more women participation in intellectual property. And we need to begin to look critically into unlocking the great potentials in our intellectual property. And that is why I consider that second talk as very, very important, and I'm sure it's going to provide a lot of insights to this. I want to thank all our inventors and innovators once again, those who are around for the exhibition, and particularly for our patentees. We are going to give awards and certificates to them today. We are so proud that they have made OAU very proud. We have a lot of trademarks. Our students are not left behind. We have patents already registered. We are ahead of many universities in this regard, and we must know it. I think we should celebrate Obafemi Awolowo University. I read something just a few days ago. Statistics shows that Obafemi Awolowo has produced many more entrepreneurs than any other university in this country. Shall we celebrate ourselves? Many more entrepreneurs with good businesses and doing very well. And I would say that the university is also looking into commercializing some of these IP assets that we have already. I want to appreciate you once again. I want to welcome you to this program. Thank you.
That was a very beautiful speech by the director of Iptto. Please do well to give her a round of applause once again. Thank you so much, Ma, for those words of wisdom. So right now, we would also, I would like to introduce some other guests who came as we had the welcome speech. I would like to welcome the former registrar in name of Mr. Dotun Haoyemi. Please let us give him a round of applause. Welcome to this August event, sir. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Lara Olariwaju. Please do well to appreciate him and give him a round of applause. Welcome, Ma. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the students of OAU IAS, OAU International School. Please do well to stand up for recognition, and let's also give them a round of applause. Welcome, and you can have your seats. Thank you very much. So right now, I would like to go straight into our welcome address, and to take us on this is no other person than the Executive Director of the Center of... Right now, we would go into the welcome speech, and take us on this is no other person than Professor Heihai Akinyemi, who is the Executive Director of CEOHR. Please do well to jam your hands as it comes to the podium and give us the speech. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, our female MC. Let's clap for her. She's the first person I will see that can speak 4 international languages, as well as in English. So we are grooming her to be the MC for the university. Just to respect the protocol already established because of time, and again to appreciate all of our friends who are here. Mine is very short one. Welcome remark. So the director of Iptto already said the ball rolling. As a university, where are we? Somebody asked us that question yesterday, and we said if it was 2006, we would say we are really, really very, very bad. But between 2006 and now, we have made steady progress, and we will continue to make progress. So as she said, let me join now to say, please, let's appreciate ourselves. Let's clap for the university. Yes. So it's a good opportunity to celebrate them, and also to, as we mentioned before, celebrate those who are leading in terms of patenting, in terms of creativity, in terms of innovation. And beyond that, also to look for those we call the, those who are green, who by this type of interaction can they also join the league. Because we can see brilliant students, and we are sure by this time next year, our patents and the one we're going to commercialize would have doubled. So by this effort, again, I think it's good just to appreciate the Director of Intellectual Property. I think the past 3 weeks, and our team has been a very tough work for her. So please, sincerely want to appreciate you. Thank you so much. So my job is simple, it's just to say welcome. And I think just to say welcome, just to say welcome. So as it is written sincerely, I want to welcome all. And sir, We sincerely appreciate you. We just discussed with him yesterday and say, I must be there. Thank you for your leadership. Yes. And as we said, innovation is not limited to those who are in academics. There are excellent people among NATs, there are excellent people among SANU, there are excellent people in the registry, in industry. So all of this, is for all of us, using the language of the Vice Chancellor. And also quoting Mr. Julius Oyelakin, Iṣẹ́ ọpọlọ, Iṣẹ́ gbogbo wa ni. The VC, we said, is an inclusive event. So we all need to come together. We are all important. So if you think you're important, please clap for yourself and say welcome to yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the amazing welcome speech. Please do well to give him a round of applause once again. Thank you so much, Professor Hei Akinyemi. Right now, we'll go into our first presentation, and it is an honor to welcome our speaker who would actually take us on this. And the topic is Women and IP, Accelerating Innovation and Creativity. And to take us on this is no other person than Dr. Mrs. Enobong. Oh, sir, yes. Dr. Mrs. Would like to have remarks from all the distinguished guests, all the distinguished men and women on the high table, and I would really plead your indulgence to come one after the other to just give a short remarks to the audience. Okay, first off, we would like to call the chairman, Iptto. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Yes, we'd like to call the chairman committee of, okay, yes, chairman committee of data. Please, I'd like to take the podium and give your remarks. Please, let's jam our hands together until he gets to the podium. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Sometimes I'm afraid coming to programs like this, one way or the other, they want to make you to talk. But I just want to say, invited and being here. But before I say anything, I must recognize the presence of the Vice Chancellor. I can see him spiritually, and I'm very sure physically will be here soon. And his entourage of Vice Chancellors, academics and administration. And it will be easier for me after this to stand on existing protocol so as not to waste time. But I do recognize the presence of the former registrar of Obafemi Awolowo University, distinguished professors here present, our chairperson of the Iptto office, the two distinguished speakers, fellow Dean Professor Adedeji, Dean of Law, and Mrs. Henobong Ogundari. And then my other fellow Dean on the high table, the Dean of Faculty of Dentistry. You're welcome. I welcome each and every other person here. Mrs. Oluneye, it's always a pleasure to see you around, and I've heard so many things about you and the things you are doing for the university. So we appreciate you for that. Well, in order not to waste time, I must say that it is good to appreciate intellectual property. It's also very good to appreciate innovation, and that is where the world is going. And Obafemi Awolowo University cannot be excluded from that. And Professor Akoni is here. How many weeks ago we were in Abuja? And the theme is changing. Even in the university system, entrepreneurial education and innovation education is coming on board. So the federal government itself realized that there's no way without going that direction. And today, being more important is the fact that it is the women that are actually being celebrated at this year's meeting. We don't need to think that it's only men that can drive innovation. A lot of women out there are very innovative and are leading the forefront of innovation. So I want to congratulate the Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer Office in conjunction with the Central Office of Research. And I also want to congratulate all our awardees, for being recognized because they deserve it. Thank you very much.
If that clap is for Professor Dayo Showande, please let's make it bigger and better. Thank you very much. I've been asked to invite a big fish. Yeah, let me use that word. Sometime last week, someone referred to him as Registrar Emeritus. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Mr. Dotun Awoyemi as I invite him to a seat on the high table. Our usher, please keep clapping for him as he makes his way to the high table. Please make it bigger. It's my Ogao. Thank you. I'd like to introduce the following persons who are already around. Dr. W. Bangbade, please stand for recognition where you are. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, sir. Mr. Subar Azan, where are you? Dr. Subar Azan, thank you. I'm so sorry, sir. Thank you for coming. The teachers who accompanying the pupils of OAUIS, Mr. Olajolo and Mrs. Adeyemo, please stand for recognition. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am, for coming. Engineer Jehi Azan of the Computer Center, where are you? Thank you for coming, sir. Dr. Awojobi Kehinde, who is representing the HOD of Microbiology. Thank you for coming, sir. The engineer Clement Oladipo accompanied the director of CTLW, Professor Olarafe. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Dr. Hemo Aaron, thank you for coming. Then Dr. BC Johnson, I'm sorry, madam. Thank you for coming as well. Please, you are going to do something for me before I yield the microphone. Mrs. BC, Mrs. Olune, please, it's your turn to give a goodwill message here today. Please, let's put our hands together for her as she comes over here. Let's keep clapping for her. Hey, sorry, ma. Thank you, ma.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, distinguished speakers on the high table. I was kind of dodging that this would not happen because I came as a guest, as a friend of the house and an alum of my great university. But I believe that Professor Ogunlusi conspired with some people because it's the women that we're celebrating today. I just want to say thank you very much for deeming it fit to shine the light on women and innovation, as well as the creativity of women. And I want to appreciate the honor that I have to speak. Just briefly to say, it's always wonderful coming back. It's always wonderful being part of the innovation, part of the change that is happening at the Obafemi Awolowo University. I won't take much of your time. I would want to give the floor to the speakers as they take us through this year's World Intellectual Property Day. It's always an honor to know that as women we're driving change, we're driving innovation, and we're using our creativity to make the world better. Thank you, Professor Akinyemi. He's also one of the conspirators that brought me to the stage. And Professor Odu, I acknowledge you so much. Thank you, God bless, and have a wonderful day today, everyone.
Please let's jam our hands together for her. She goes to her seat. Thank you so much, ma, for the remarks and the goodwill. Thank you, ma. So right now, we would also like to call Professor Morenike Upong for her goodwill message and our remark. Please let's clap our hands together as she comes to the podium to give our goodwill message. Please jam your hands together.
Good morning, everyone. I stand on existing protocol, including the visible and invisible guests that were recognized. I think the Dean of Deans established an excellent protocol, and I'll choose to sit on that. I'll stand on that. I think it's a big honor to be here, whether intentional or unintentional. A number of us are people that came to honor people. There are some of us that are here because we want to be here. Whatever way it is, I think we'll be listening to brilliant presentations on IP. I've come, but I've decided to stay through this. More so because I truly believe that the 16% about women is not because women are not creative. What is likely is that we don't know how, and which the men often know and tell us way when they've left. So I'm sitting here to listen and then go back to my women folks and let us know how we're going to do the catch-up in less than 3 months. So I welcome every one of you, and I wish you happening listening. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. While Professor Upong was on our goodwill message, a father of the Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer Office walked into this hall, and it's appropriate that I recognize his presence as one of the awardees of today, and I would like every one of us to please be upstanding, except him alone. Yes, the rest of us will be upstanding to acknowledge the presence of Professor and Mrs. Matthew O. Ilori. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you so very much for all that you have done, sir. Please, let's take our seats. And I would like us to meet another person who retired as a chief technologist in this university, Chief Muraino Okeleye. Please stand for recognition. Baba. Thank you for coming, sir. It's all right. I will call my co-anchor to announce the next item on the program.
Thank you very much, sir. Right now, would go straight into our presentation, and have our first presentation. I know that many of us are already waiting for this, and we're actually ready to learn more about intellectual property and women, which concerns women. So right now, it's an honor to welcome Dr. Mrs. Enobong Ogundari from the Faculty of Law, OAU, who will take us on the topic Women and Intellectual Property. accelerating innovation and creativity. Please let us jam our hands together as she comes to the podium and give her our words of wisdom. Welcome, it's a pleasure to have you now, Miss.
Good morning, everyone. I want to stand on existing protocol. The VC, the DVCs, principal officers, the deans and HODs. It is an honor to be here. I see myself as growing and giving the opportunity to present this very topical issue when it comes to intellectual property. Thank you very much. Let's go to my PowerPoint presentation. Okay. So when it comes to intellectual property, the world is changing. Let us start from that premise. The world is changing, and the focus is not just only on your raw materials alone now. Intellectual property has become an asset. It has become a good to sell, and it has become something to bargain with. If you notice, most developed countries in the world don't sell ordinary goods. They deal in knowledge. They deal in intellectual property. And we have to move towards that platform if we want to compete effectively in today's world. So, thank you. The topic, as we know, is Women and IP, Accelerating Innovation and Creativity. So let us clear our definitions, because many of us are coming across intellectual property for the first time. So we should know there's a difference between intellectual property and intellectual property rights. Your intellectual property is intangible forms of property, and this value, it derives from your creative effort. So intellectual property rights are the rights that are given on this intellectual property. Intellectual property rights is not like fundamental human rights that everybody has. If you don't have intellectual property, you cannot have intellectual property rights. So we should establish that first of all. So it is applied to intangible forms of property. What is the meaning? When it comes to copyright, it is not the book that has the copyright, because that is the physical form. It is the ideas, the intangible input in that book that the copyright is over. So somebody has invented a phone, a car, whatever. It is not that car that is covered by the physical car that is covered by intellectual property. It is the knowledge behind the creation of that car or creation of those things that constitute your intellectual property. So let us have that thing at the back of our minds when we are talking about intellectual property. So the rights now come to, everybody has fundamental human rights, right to live, right to own property and all those things. But the rights are government granted, means that you have written a book, you have invented something. The focus is to give you that right to exercise over a term of years. Then it becomes everybody else can use it. It is not indefinite. So intellectual property rights, any industry, industrial, scientific, literary, artistic fields can cover our basic intellectual property rights. So let's move to the next slide. So the types of intellectual property rights that we have. This list, when I was preparing it, it seems simple, but it has gone beyond. We had some traditional rights before, copyrights, patent, trademarks, but this list is constantly increasing as technology is improving. When it comes to copyright, your books, your photographs, films, patents, your inventions, your trademarks, the logos that we have, in even that field is even expanding. In some countries, they are trademarking sounds, smells, and all whatnot. Industrial designs that accompany the production of some hardware. Then we have integrated circuits. When we come to the people in computers, when they were starting this intellectual property, we didn't know that computers would be in existence. But they realized that the intellectual property system at that point in time did not cover or did not completely focus on their own peculiar needs. So we came to integrated circuits and all those things, technical things to do with the computers. Then we now have the breeders' rights, plant variety protection. Some countries now patent plants, patent animals, and the processes that goes into them. In Nigeria, in 2021, they came about the Plant Variety Protection Act. So people in agric, for instance, who have managed to crossbreed some varieties. Maybe they say we want to develop a variety that is drought resistant maize, or in rice, flood resistant rice varieties. And they have developed something under intellectual property. Then we have geographical indications. What this means is that when it comes to some particular regions of the world, they are known for some things. You cannot just call any white wine champagne. They will not allow you because it is specific to a region. Swiss chocolate, you can't just call it. And in Nigeria, we have failed to exploit this. Let's look at maybe our dairy industry, for instance. Then let's go to trade secrets. In trade secrets, there are some things that some companies just, it is their intellectual property. And they want to keep it a secret on how they make it. And maybe you know, maybe McDonald's, they have their spices, their combinations under trade secret, and it is heavily and seriously protected. Maybe Coca-Cola formula now, that it is very protected. So, in Nigeria, we have to look at our own local industries and see the way we can protect it. There's another aspect of intellectual property I should have put here, and that is traditional knowledge. Some foreign companies, for instance, will come to our local. After all, people have been having cancer or some diseases for ages past. They will come to our local knowledge holders. What plants do you use to treat so and so disease? And they've gotten that knowledge from us. And they will take it and get the plant and go abroad and now use scientific methods, remove the active ingredients, do all the research and development, develop it into a pill or a tablet, cover it with intellectual property, and you will be paying heavily for that knowledge. But the basic foundation knowledge that would have given them that foundation to produce that drug is not acknowledged, it's not paid for, and people just go on. And you might think of that, why is this? It's because we believe our knowledge, because we are an open people. My father told me, my village head told me, this Babalawo said I should use this drug. We freely disburse our information. And protecting it in the intellectual property rights protection is somewhat individualistic. You are keeping things secret because it creates a monopoly. You prevent other people from exploiting those rights while you have that intellectual property protection. So move to the next slide. I hope we all understand that. I'm trying to come down to the level of our international school students so that hope people understand what I'm saying. So, importance of intellectual property rights in today's world. Say a majority of the world's economy have moved from the traditional goods and services to intellectual property related goods. And this covers virtually all types of intellectual property. When it comes to the music industry, they are making is a multi-billion-dollar industry. The film industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. There are some companies, some countries that depend on that. Then when it comes to patents and all the other goods, it is how to do things. Any country needs intellectual property, right? We cannot ignore it when it comes to developing our own economy. So the economies of many developed countries today are intellectual property dependent. And the growth of any country in these times is dependent on their ability to harness their knowledge-based industry. How do we improve our businesses? How do we find better ways of doing things? We are increasing in world population. How do we feed our population? How do we employ our young ones? And all these things are knowledge-based. So let's move to the next slide. The next slide, please. So, what is the philosophy of intellectual property rights protection? Why? Say it encourages creativity. As I mentioned, that it is the philosophy majorly behind it is reward-based. That if we give people the monopoly to exploit their own property within a certain time frame, they will be encouraged to go ahead to research and develop products. So, we all know how long it takes to conduct research, to develop something. When it comes to medicines, for instance, you will find the active ingredient. You will go and you will extract it. You will now see in what doses it is safe. After you have produced it in the deliverable forms, you will now test it on animals. Is it safe? You will now go human testing. Is it safe? You will now start stage by stage. Is it safe for pregnant women? Is it safe for children? In what doses is it safe? And all such things and all such steps. So when it comes to intellectual property production, they want people, encourage people to take this tedious research ahead, and they give them a monopoly. We all know what a monopoly is. It means that while your intellectual property rights subsists, no other person is allowed to produce, import, sell, whatever over that intellectual property without your permission. So it encourages technology and innovation sharing and transfer, and it contributes to the growth in the knowledge industry. What this actually means is that by having an intellectual property on my good, I am free to bring it out and show people, this is what I have done. Having the confidence that nobody is going to steal it from me, I will still be able to make my money. And from then, other people can learn and further develop their own research and other products. So it contributes to the growth of knowledge in the society. When a patent is put in the patent base, it is registered. The way, as part of your patent application, you will state how you came about those results. How did you invent it? In a way that anybody that is knowledgeable in that field should be able to reproduce your results. So it is now part of the public knowledge. And in that guise, society and knowledge continually grows. Then it strengthens investor confidence. Somebody maybe in the US coming to invest in Nigeria, if he has intellectual property protection on his invention, it will give him confidence to bring it out, and FDI can go on. That is foreign direct investment. On a national level, development is dependent on the country's output of science, research, and development, innovation, and creativity. We just need it. So, and the creator or inventor has a moral right to enjoy the fruits of his labor. So in this point, we are saying, I have gone through the sweat and the blood it has taken to develop this product, to write this book. So I have a moral right to enjoy the fruits of my labor when it comes to this. So let's go on. So innovation is funny. When I was developing this, I said, this is a whole field of study on its own. And the basic thing is that it is the creation of new combinations of existing resources. What it means is that the way you look at something might not be the way I look at it. Our problem-solving capabilities are extremely different. So, fostering innovation is encouraging people to look at problems in new and dynamic ways. How can we use the existing resources we have to solve some particular problems? Let me use medicines, for example. A medicine might work on something, but it might have the effect of working on another unrelated thing entirely. So innovation is creation and implementation of new processes, products, services, and the methods of delivery which result in significant improvement in outcomes, efficiency, and effectiveness or quality. So, innovation, our society is full of problems. We have unemployment, we have food insecurity, our healthcare system is something else. So, how do we make sure that our quality is improved? So, that's what innovation is all about. It's all said and done. Let's move on. So, let's come here. So, how does intellectual property relate with innovation? He said there is a need to develop the knowledge and skills and innovation on which we would increase productivity, job creation, and competition, fostering growth. So, you are doing your own. Countries are in competition with each other. How can we get our market? And it is a dog-eat-dog world when it comes to intellectual property. You are actually stopping other people from developing their own, so your own is the forefront in the market. So we have to think of new ways. How do we improve our industries in Nigeria? What is our strong point? How do we move across the world? And when I was writing this, I now came to that. What are our local industries, for instance? And my prof mentioned that we have, when it comes to copyrights, we are extremely rich. And I was thinking, but we don't really exploit our industries, so to say. And I was thinking, very soon, we'll now hear them saying Oriki in Hollywood because we didn't protect it. And you now hear that the movie they used the Oriki for is grossing $300 million in 2 weeks on the internet. And I was wondering, are these things written down? Is it protected? Who has the rights for it? Or our culture, our dances, our things, they are just spread around the world with nobody paying for it, and some people are sitting somewhere and they are getting the money, and we are suffering. So, and there is pressure on countries to provide for their growing population. Developing and protecting intellectual property rights is seen as a means of motivating people with the requisite skills to come up with new and innovative ways of doing things. In short, we must start thinking. We must start producing. We must start protecting what we have and using it in new and dynamic ways to develop our economies. So when it comes to intellectual property, I've in the beginning slides, I distinguished between intellectual property and intellectual property rights. Having intellectual property, you have to go a step further. You have the right and it is just in your pocket. You have the patent certificate and it is just there. We must go a step further to commercialize our intellectual property. So this is the process of bringing an ideal product or service to the mass market and making monetary benefits from it. So how do we do that? We use the invention. If you've written a book, you have that book. Once you have put it down in a form that it can be discerned from, you have an intellectual property right on that book, irrespective of whether you have registered it or not. But if you don't publish that book, nobody knows anything about it, and it is just there. You have an invention and you are not using it, you are not producing it, you are not selling it out, you have to start doing that. So by using the invention, by assigning the invention, if you cannot produce it yourself, you can sell your intellectual property. Let us note it is intellectual property. And you can do anything with it that you can do with your land. You can sell it, you can borrow on it, you can assign it, your children can inherit it. So, we can assign that invention or that intellectual property to people who would be able to use it. You can license the invention. That means you still own the rights to it, but you are giving other people permission to use that invention. So the success of commercialization of intellectual property is dependent on a society that respects intellectual property rights. And the IP owner's rights to sue and enforce contracts to protect the invention and deter infringers. So what this means is that we as a society have to respect the intellectual property of others. Somebody has an invention, it is not our right, or somebody has written a book, it is not our right to just photocopy it and sell it out without the author having anything from it. It is, we as a society generally have to respect intellectual property rights. And it also goes further to our court systems, meaning that if I see somebody has infringed on my right, I should be confident enough to go to court, sue in order to protect that right and deter other infringers from exploiting my intellectual property without my permission. So let's move on. So it means you have a framework for protection of all categories of intellectual property and enforcing these rights. So as in the beginning part, I told you of the different kinds of intellectual property we have. It is funny in Nigeria because our legal system is inherited. And some people had already developed that particular system. And when it came to intellectual property, it is no different. So most of our laws are based on British laws and not exactly adapted to our own society. So our own local industries might not be exactly protected. They will have some protection, but it will not be as if it's just like somebody giving you a cloth. It it is easier for a tailor to sew a new cloth than to adjust a cloth that is already sewn and made for somebody else. So that's what I mean by we have to have a framework for protection of all categories of intellectual property and actually follow up in enforcing this intellectual property. Let's go on. So, how can intellectual property protection foster creativity and innovation? So, it protects all fields of human endeavor that can be profited from. So, you are in agric, there's plant variety protection for you. When it comes to patents, we should understand, that's one thing I should have mentioned it. Patents not only protect the invention, it also protects processes. So, you have a way of producing this chemical in this particular way. And you have researched and developed and you have realized that I can produce it cheaper or easier with less time. So when it comes to so we have product patents and we have process patents. Let us look at our palm oil industry, for instance. Maybe the way they've been extracting this palm oil gives 70% output from all the oil that is in that palm nut kernel. And you develop a new process that gives you a 95% extraction. That is a new process. You are not, the patent now is not on the new invention because you didn't invent anything new. You rather invented a new process in doing something old. So, when we are thinking of innovation, we should not only be thinking of big products. Our process, the way of doing things is also an innovation and can also be covered by patents or intellectual property protection. Then, let me, our young people, let me say that when you think of a car, it's not one person that has the patents on that car. For it is a collection of patents. Somebody has the patents on the braking system. Another person has the patents on the power steering. Another person has the patents on the different systems that make a car to run. So, if you feel that this brake system that is in existence in this particular car has a failure rate of so and so percent, and you develop a new system that will give it a lower failure rates, that is an invention and an innovation that you can have intellectual property on and protect. Let me use the phone. We all live in fear of dropping our phones. So supposing somebody decides to invent that this phone technology currently, it will break at so and so force. If so and so force is applied to it, it will break. So you can develop a new phone screen that is more resistant to breakage, and that innovation can be sold to whichever company is making the phones, and you commercialize that technology like that. So patents protect products and processes in all fields of technology. Anything that is useful can come under intellectual property protection. So the world intellectual property system leaves room for expansion to cover fields of technology that may develop in the future. Like I mentioned, that list is constantly expanding day by day. Some new fields of technology might come up later, and they realize that the intellectual property system in existence does not cover it or does not protect it adequately, and something else will be developed with regard to that. So when I was thinking, this topic, why is the focus on women? Every time, women, they will say women's rights, they will say women's this, women should do this. Say, is it only women? Why is the focus on women when it comes to this? Say, the number of women who own intellectual property and specifically patents is much less than men who own intellectual property. So, say that new inventions they are less likely to commercialize it, even when they have something new. A woman might not, except they will just be using it, tell her friends, tell her neighbors, and just continue on like that. That their own businesses and intellectual firms increases. So women own businesses and intellectual property ownership in firms increases with those businesses, and such firms are more likely to receive funding. So when a woman has intellectual property assets and it is included in her business, when you approach companies for funding and all whatnot, you are more likely to get it. So women also face barriers when it comes to they are just usually discriminated against. We say, you are trying to enforce your right, you're not a troublesome woman. You face all manner of discrimination in enforcing your rights and seeking remedies. So let's move. So why another thing is male-dominated fields of technology easily qualify for patents, and women-dominated fields do not. That is one thing that we must acknowledge. Women in, let me put it, the STEM, science, tech, engineering, mathematics, are not as many as the men. And when it comes to doing such research, the things that will take time and effort, you just find that women are not encouraged to pursue these careers. So the local industries dominated by women are unregulated, informal, and not standardized. Let us come to our local industries, for instance. We don't have, or our women don't have precise measurements for anything. Let me give an example in my own home. I was telling my son, you are going to learn how to cook. Learn how to cook. We are cooking rice this night. You are the only one that is doing it. Mommy, how many cups of rice should I cook? Go and take 2 cups of rice. Those 2 cups of rice, it is in my own house. I know the cup of rice, the cup I'm using to measure my rice. If you go to another house and tell them cook 2 cups of rice, you will get different results. Mommy, go and put, you are putting water. How much water should I put? Just put water. Don't put too much, put water. That was the instruction. Mommy, I want to put salt. How much salt should I put? Put salt, but don't put too much, just put salt. When is enough, you will know. And that is the way it is when it comes to our local industries. And when you are applying for these patents and all whatnot, you are expected to give precise, deep measurements. Put so and so grams of salt. Put so and so liters of water. Put so and so kg of rice. So our local industry, we are the ones that dominate. We just know, I just know when I put it, I will know that it is enough. And I will stop there. So I think this must be taken care of. If women are, especially in our local industries, are to move ahead when it comes to intellectual property and filing applications and all those things like that. So let's move ahead. Let's move ahead. Okay. So, what strategies can be adopted to improve women's participation in intellectual property? So, adopt legal strategy policies that will give women equal opportunity. The truth is that we are getting there, but we are not yet there. The things that are expected of men are sometimes not expected of women. Even in the way we bring up our children, there are some limiting factors when it comes to the opportunities women are given. Then use the national intellectual property system to protect and promote the local industries. We need to tailor our own clothes to fit ourselves. What do we have and how can we protect it effectively so that other people do not take advantage of what we have and move it and take it from us and gain from it. So we have education and awareness, one thing I'm very happy that we are doing now. And the choice of profession. So many inventions are trade related. It's something you do. It is from doing something that you will be able to assess what is the need of the society. What do we actually need? So when you are involved, you know, this way I've been doing it. There is a need for improvement, and then you can now start working towards that. So the participation in a profession enhances the inventor's ability to perceive market trends and demand, and to sharpen the skills that are needed to invent. This is very important. So when you exclude either overtly or by discouraging or not encouraging enough women participation in some professions or doing some things generally, you are actually holding the women back when it comes to developing things, intellectual property, and you are hindering innovation. So let's move. Thank you very much for listening. I hope I've been able to. Thank you.
Please, let's put our hands together for her the more. Thank you so very much, Dr. Ogundari, for that very wonderful lecture. While our lecture was on, our chief executive in this university, the vice chancellor, walked in. I know it's someone you know, with the kind permission of the vice chancellor, I would like to introduce Professor Simeon Adebayo Bamire. Please put your hands together for him. Please usher him to the table. The Vice Chancellor is accompanied here by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic in person of Professor Olubola Babalola. A round of applause for her also. I'm going to ask that the former occupants of those seats make their way back on seat. The Chairman Committee of Deans, my Oga, Mr. Dr. Awuyemi, Professor Morenike Upong, Professor Wole Adedeji. Please make your way back to Professor Upong. Please make your way back to your seat. I would like to announce a little alteration to the program we have highlighted already. I've been made to understand that the Vice Chancellor actually left another event, another meeting, an important meeting of the university to be here. So we won't be keeping him here for too long. Instead of taking the second presentation now, we'll have the chairman's remark, and the Vice Chancellor, incidentally, is the chairman of this occasion. He would have his remark, then he would present patent certificates, then awards to our awardees today before he takes his leave. Then we'll continue with the rest of the program. We still have question and answers. Our youngsters that are here today, you have the opportunity to ask questions from the presentations, and everybody who has one question or the other. I want to ask if the Vice Chancellor is ready for us. All right, please let's put our hands together as we welcome the Vice Chancellor, Professor Adebayo Bamire, for his remark.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you and appreciate you, and also appreciate God for bringing us together today again. I want to apologize first, because we were supposed to have been here before now. But I initially thought the time to start was 9. I took off and asked, when are we to start this program? They said 10. It coincides with our AMPC. And there was nothing I could do than just to be part of the AMPC until now. So apologies for that. I'm here with the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Mrs. Babalola. Thank you very much. We actually had to leave the AMPC meeting to come quickly to attend to this program and to go back there. So thank you for coming along. I want to recognize also the fact that all members of the AMPC pass on their greetings to the Executive Director, Central Office of Research, and all members that are here. They would have loved to be here as well, but because of that official engagement, they had to stay back. So, greetings from all of them. I want to acknowledge and appreciate the coordinator of this program with his lieutenants, the Executive Director, the Central Office of Research, Professor Akani Akinyemi. Thank you for all you have been doing. We appreciate your efforts a lot. I know you are just starting, but we've seen a lot of marks that really demonstrate that we are going to see a lot and witness a lot of impacts along this line. The directors in the Central Office of Research, the Director, University Research Office, Professor Gideodu. Is it there? Okay, he's outside there. Okay. Thank you very much. Looks like the ED. I learned the research policy is ready now for us to begin to use. Okay, maybe by Monday, we should be able to receive that and put it across. The Director of Iptto, Professor Mrs. Ogunlusi. Thank you very much. Saddled with all the logistics around all these activities. We appreciate you. The Director, Linkages and Research Support Service, Professor Oluwaranti is here. Oh, he's traveled. Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate the efforts of all that have been working with the ED to project the image of the university to the outside world. The Dean of Dentistry, Professor Mrs. Wupong. Merci beaucoup. This is a silent achiever. You know, she works underground until you are able to see who is the one behind this thing. That's when you know that she's the one there. Thank you very much for all you've been doing. Our former registrar, Mr. Oyemi, thank you very much for being there. He's the director of the STDU, Staff Training Development Unit, which is now being worked upon for us to strengthen and then be able to coordinate most of the activities that we go outside for, within the system. We also have the chairman of 13 deans in this university. Is the chairman of the deans that are manning the faculties in this university. And that is Professor Showande. Thank you very much. And then we have the Dean of Law. The way the arrangement is intentional. Because for all those people that I've mentioned, they don't have any legal backing at all. So I have to call somebody that will really give them a cover. I want to recognize the Dean of Law, Professor Adedeji. Thank you very much. You have done a lot. You are still doing it. And we really appreciate you, really. You see, there are so many issues that are associated with the law of the land. And there's no way you can get through with this without involving those in the legal unit. And so you can imagine the various things that are happening all around us. We have to link them up one way or the other. And they've been responding and responding very well. So thank you once again. I want to recognize the professors on ground here. I could see Professor Makwayi. I could see Professor Adeshina. I could see Professor B.C. Johnson. Professor Lobo Kere. Professor... let me look this way again. Professor Berejo. Professor Amusa. Professor Amusa. Okay. Then Professor Mrs. Aaron. And then I hope I'm not missing any professor around. My regards to all. I want to also recognize our counselors on ground. Mrs. Obishaki. And then the wife of our PRO, Ms. Olariwaju. Thank you very much. I give recognition to everyone. I also want to recognize Professor Odukoya. Abi? Is it the one that I'm seeing? Yes? Thank you very much. I recognize our students from good to see you. You are welcome. And their teachers. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I recognize everyone. Let me come back to this front chair. Mrs. Oluneye, thank you very much. We will always continue to appreciate you for all you've been doing. We have to be sincere with you. We don't know how to thank you. We don't know how best to thank you. You've been doing a lot behind the scene, and you are still doing it. Always interested in anything about OAU. This is great. And you are actually a model that we want to be presenting for everybody to emulate. Thank you very, very much. She has spent a lot of money on herself in order to continue to positively impact on the university and also project the image of the university outside the world. Thank you very, very much. My professor, my brother, Professor Ilori, Thank you very, very, very much. A former director of this particular unit, the Iptto. Thank you very much for all you have been doing. Thank you for the legacies that you have actually laid down. And thank you for still working on to ensure that things are moving within the university. Mama, thank you very much. Because I could see, though, that our professor is retired, but it doesn't look as if he's tired. And that has to be coming from somewhere. Mama, thank you very much. I also want to recognize Mr. Okuleye. Yeah, thank you very much. He's so close to Professor Ilori. Wherever you find Professor Ilori, just look all around. Even if he's not sitting there, look around, you'll find him somewhere around him. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, I want to appreciate everyone that is here, and actually the resource persons also that came to really give us information and guide us aright on what we are expected to do, particularly with respect to issues relating to technology delivery. Let me congratulate all of us, because this is Women World Intellectual Property Day 2023. But it has to, the focus of this particular program is on women. And I'm very happy to see that when we came in, it was a woman that was talking. And that was giving us tips on what we are supposed to be doing. So thank you for that bit that we had from you. I'm sure that it's a big thing to learn from. Not just mentioning names, but mentioning quantity and taking the component of measurement as key in anything that we do. And it happens everywhere, really. When you want a laptop, for example, people can give you any type of laptop. If you do not specify, that is the type of laptop that you need. So I want to welcome everyone and thank you for coming. I want to appreciate your presence here. And I want to say that there's need for me to congratulate also the awardees of today and the patentees of the day. It's a good thing to have this sort of a thing. It's a way of actually encouraging others. I was discussing with the ED not quite long that it's always nice to have some other people come in for this sort of program so that you'll be able to know the importance of following this type of step. And that will move most people forward. So I want to congratulate you. I want to thank you for this giant strike. But again, it doesn't end there. When a research output gets to the point of being patented, the next thing is to get it commercialized. If a research output gets patented and is not commercialized, it's just like somebody who has an advanced study certificate and does not move to anywhere again. Cannot move to any university, cannot move anywhere. So it's not, there's a gap established already. And so there's need to really think around this and begin to look at the way we are going to be moving forward after we have all these patents. Our small investigation shows that at the level of commercialization, most people individualize it and cut it off the institution. Whereas institutional representation and presentation of your patented research outputs makes it better for you to be able to promote it. So I want to encourage us. Well, the director is here. We have to encourage and inspire people towards this institutional notes, so that they'll be able to carry the institution along when trying to commercialize these things. The other thing has to do with the fact that the source of our research problem must emanate from an industry, because the university is not all that so rich to sponsor most of these things. But we have people that can help us out. But if the source of our research problems emanate from the industry, that means collaborating with the industries first, and then let us solve their problems. They will be interested in the solution that we are bringing up, and they will be interested in actually fostering the commercialization of these patented products. So those are my words for the Central Office of Research generally, and I'm sure that with the caliber of people that we have there, we'll begin to see more of institutionally commercialized products coming from all these patented items. So thank you very much once again. I want to welcome you once again and wish you all the best as you listen to various presentations, and as we have our award winners and patents around us to celebrate. Thank you very, very much.
If that is for the Vice Chancellor, can we make it louder? And before the Vice Chancellor will take his leave, I would like to request him on behalf of the organizers to oblige the organizers to present certificates of patents. He has them already. All right.
Thank you very much. This is actually a time for celebrations, and I think we want to appreciate God for this. And it will be needful for me to first list the patentees. I will call them out one by one, and then give their certificate. This is the same thing. Is the same? Okay. Okay, so the first, Dr. Afolabi Murakiyo. I think that's team lead. We also have Mr. Emmanuel Oluwaseyi Atufarati. You're welcome. Congratulations. And then we have Professor Abraham Awulola Ashiri. Is he here? Okay, thank you very much. So, representing as a team leader who is the PI. So, I want to congratulate you and appreciate you and want to wish you all the best even as you continue to see our best to further these patented research outputs. is in terms of commercialization. I know that, if the research problem comes from the industry, you don't have any problem in sponsoring or commercializing the products. But if it's from your own thought, it's original. But that means you have to market it yourself to whatever industry that is supposed to take it up. But then the advice is let it be institutional so that you'll be well supported. Thank you very much. So congratulations once again. Yeah, wish you all the best. Let's take a photograph. So the second inventor, Mrs. Mojisola Christiana Cyril Olutayo. Oh, you are representing her. Okay, great. It's needful to mention other members that work with her. We have Joseph Murongfolu Agbedausi. We have Nora Olubunmi Akinola. That's where is she? Is she here? No. Oladimeji. Felix Oluwashola Olorun Mola. And Ayodeji Samson Odukoya. No, it's good for them also to be. So the project, these are from the Department of Drug Research and Drug Unit, Hematology and Immunology, Pharmaceutics and Anatomy. But the title of the project is T2MC, an anti-cycling polyherbal product. Yeah, that's a good one. So congratulations. Thank you very much, sir. Congratulations. We left the AMPC together to come here. So we appreciate you. Okay. More grease to your elbow and your legs, even as you go on. Thank you very much, sir. Yes. So I didn't mention the title of the first inventor. Is of the Department of Food Science and Technology, the Mechanical Engineering. And the title, an indigenous mini thermal power plant, which is good. Thank you. The third inventor, Olufisayo Stephen Babalola, of the Department of Electronic and Electrical Engineering. And the title, okay, the other people that he worked with is alone now. This is great. It's good to see you. Thank you very much. We need you. No, you know, there are so many things that are going on around electronic and electrical engineering department, and most of it headed by the head of department, Hilary. I think we need you. Yeah. So please, this most of these problems, what we are saying is our research efforts should be targeted to solving most of our problems within the university. First, apart from, so we use that to now project ourselves outside. We have problems around traffic, this traffic lighting, transportation within the university. So if these problems are solved, then we can now move them outside. So thank you very much again, and I want to congratulate you. The title, Low-Cost Boost Reflector Photovoltaic Electricity Wood. That's good. Thank you very, very much. So congratulations, and wish you all the best. The group photograph with, okay. All right. Thank you very much once again. I also want to appreciate the ED and the lieutenants, the various directors in our Center of Research for organizing this sort of program. It's a sort of inspiration, and I'm actually very much delighted and happy to be the one to present this sort of plaque to the awardees. The first person is Professor Matthew O. Hillary, our great mentor here, who has actually manned that office for many years. Thank you very much, sir. This is an award, an outstanding leadership award, which is being presented to Professor Matthew O. Ilori in recognition and appreciation of your years of dedicated service as the director of Iptto of Obafemio University from 2018 to 2022. This is presented by the Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer Office of Obafemio University, Ile-Ife, Osun State, Nigeria, this day, 27th April, 2023. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much.
The next person is Professor Adewale A. Adedeji. Thank you very much. This is, you see, why I like this sort of presentation is that it's not just by Professor Adewale A. Adedeji, in recognition of your outstanding and continuous contributions to the Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer Office of Bafemolo University. This is being presented to you today by the Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer Office, IPTTO, of Bafemolo University, Ife, on the 27th April, 2023. Congratulations.
The Vice Chancellor, sir, thanks for the honor. And I want to crave our indulgence, sir, that we should allow Mrs. Oluleye to come here and snap with everybody that will be receiving the next award as a special guest of honor. Please come up stage. So we have an award for the patentees. And the first person I will call is Professor Isaac Olusojo Adewale. Okay, he has sent a representative. Gently. So the dean is with the other deans at AMPC. Yes, so he has sent this beautiful young chap to represent him. So on behalf of the Intellectual Property Assets, IPPTO, I present this award to Professor Isaac Olusojo Adewale for his contribution and outstanding achievements in research and exceptional contributions to promoting intellectual property assets in Obafemi Awolowo University. This is presented by Intellectual Property of Technology Transfer Office of the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife. Congratulations. awardee is Dr. Olusegun Peter Awe. Dr. Olusegun Peter Awe. Okay, Iptto is not available. He has sent, is in UK. Okay, so come up. This award of excellent performance in research is presented to Dr. Olusegun Peter Awe for his outstanding achievements in research and exceptional contributions to promoting intellectual property assets in Obafemi Awolowo University. Presented by Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer Office of the Obafemi Awolowo University, this day, 27th April 2023. Congratulations. There are 4 of them. We have done 2. So the next awardee is Dr. Gift Oluwatofunmi Ewuola. Dr. Gift Oluwatofunmi Ewuola. Thank God, at least we have her here physically. She's a gift to everybody. So, on behalf of the Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer Office of the Obafemi Awolowo University Ilefe, I present this award of excellent performance in research to you for your outstanding achievements in research and exceptional contributions to promoting intellectual property assets in Obafemi Awolowo University. This day, 27th April 2023. Congratulations. The last but not the least is Dr. Mojisola Christiana Cyril Olutayo. Is she from hematology too? Okay. So we'll upgrade that department for receiving awards. So on behalf of the Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer Office of the Obafemi Awolowo University Ilefe, I present this award of excellent performance in research to Dr. Mojisola Christiana Cyril Olutayo. Congratulations.
It's okay. To continue.
Women have been creators and inventors since the beginning of time. The first copyright law was enacted in 1710 by Women have been creators and inventors since the beginning of time. The first copyright law was enacted in 1710 by Queen Anne of Great Britain. I applaud WIPO's initiative to mark the role of women on this World Intellectual Property Day. Even though women have helped shape intellectual property law and policy, they are underrepresented today as inventors. Only 13% of international women have been creators and inventors since the beginning of time. The first copyright law was enacted in 1710 by Queen Anne of Great Britain. I applaud WIPO's initiative to mark the role of women on this World Intellectual Property Day. Even though women have helped shape intellectual property law and policy, they are underrepresented today as inventors. Only 13% of international patent filings between 1999 and 2020 named women. Narrowing gender gaps in trade and intellectual property is both morally overdue and smart economics. Trade can be a vehicle to ensure markets for female creators and innovators, creating jobs that will help drive post-pandemic economic recovery. At the WTO, we are working to reduce trade-related costs for all businesses, including women-owned companies. This goes to the heart of making the future of world trade more inclusive. A balanced international intellectual property system is a necessary part of efforts to address climate change and strengthen global health. People's lives are illuminated by access to knowledge and enriched by artistic expressions. When the trade and intellectual property systems work together harmoniously, it benefits both those who create and those who thrive on this creativity. Today, as we celebrate the ingenuity of women in every community, let us keep working together to foster innovation ecosystems where women can thrive. Women have been creators and inventors since the beginning of time. The first copyright law was enacted in 1710 by Queen Anne of Great Britain. I applaud WIPO's initiative to mark the role of women on this World Intellectual Property Day. Even though women have helped shape intellectual property law and policy, they are underrepresented today as inventors. Only 13% of international patent filings between 1999 and 2020 named women. Narrowing gender gaps in trade and intellectual property is both morally overdue and smart economics. Trade can be a vehicle to ensure markets for female creators and innovators, creating jobs that will help drive post-pandemic economic recovery. At the WTO, we are working to reduce trade-related costs for all businesses, including women-owned companies. This goes to the heart of making the future of world trade more inclusive. A balanced international intellectual property system is a necessary part of efforts to address climate change and strengthen global health. People's lives are illuminated by access to knowledge and enriched by artistic expressions. When the trade and intellectual property systems work together harmoniously, it benefits both those who create and those who thrive on this creativity. Today, as we celebrate the ingenuity of women in every community, let us keep working together to foster innovation ecosystems where women can thrive.
We are the future. We are the dream.
Women contribute to creativity and innovation.
We are the future. We are the dream.
Women contribute to creativity and innovation nationally and globally, and thereby enhance the global intellectual property system. Be inspired with stories of people
who are also alumni of the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University,
like Funke Okpeke, founder of Main Street Technologies, and CEO, Main One Cable Company; Bukola Babajide, Techpreneur, Director of Crystal Options Limited; Toyin Bifarin Ogundeji, Lecturer, Department of Dramatic Arts.
We are the future. We are the dream.
Women contribute to creativity and innovation nationally and globally, and thereby enhance the global intellectual property system. Be inspired with stories of people
who are also alumni of the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University,
like Funke Okpeke, founder of Main Street Technologies, and CEO, Main One Cable Company; Bukola Babajide, Techpreneur, Director of Crystal Options Limited; Toyin Bifarin Ogundeji, Lecturer, Department of Dramatic Arts, Obafemi Awolowo University; BC Adele Ifayemi, Nigerian British feminist activist, writer and policy advocate; Bokomi Oluwashino, actress, producer, screenwriter and singer; Ibukun Awoshika, founder the Chia Center Group, member of Binance Global Advisory Board; Oluneye Oluwole, CEO, MyHeritage Concepts, and founder of Adult A Child Today; Folashade Tolulope Ogunshola, Professor of Microbiology and Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos. Let's maximize the use of IP to take our creativity beyond the shores of our horizon and impact the world.
We are the nation. We are part of this.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, permit me to just stand on all existing protocols so as to save time. I have about 25 slides, but the first speaker has actually made my job very, very easy. All the conceptual clarification, she has done it, and she did a very beautiful presentation. So I will jump some slides. I will just go to areas where I believe we need to give attention, which she has not covered. Due to no fault of hers, our own is just to talk about women involvement. I have not been saddled with that responsibility. We just want to look at, how intellectual property has become the gold mine of the 21st century. I mean, and in this presentation, we look at the vital role that intellectual property plays in our lives, individual lives, community lives, and even national lives, and even globally. We look at how IP has become, an important source of wealth nowadays, to a point where resource-rich nations like Nigeria and some other countries, they are not just getting it right because of absence or lack of focus on intellectual property. So let's just start with the first slide, which we are going to jump. Can you just, first slide, jump it. What is intellectual property? We don't need to waste our time on that. I believe the first speaker has covered that. IP exists in two categories, copyright and industrial property. We don't need to waste our time on that. Now, let's look at man and intellectual property. Now, this is what makes intellectual property to be very, very important. Whether we realize it or not, we live in the world of intellectual property. I always tell people, when a child is born into the world of intellectual property, he grows in the world of intellectual property, and he dies in the world of intellectual property. So whether we like it or not, our day-to-day existence has to do with intellectual property. We may not recognize it, but that is the fact. When you wake up in the morning, for instance, and some of us that, we are religiously inclined, you want to read your Bible, if you are a Christian, some of us, of course, there are various versions of the Bible. The popular King James Version is there. You have the New International Version. You have, there are some people that if they don't see the King James Version, they don't believe that any other version exists. And to some other people, the clumsy language and expression in King James makes them not to really like it as such. They prefer, the Bible in, modern English language. Now, the Bible is the Word of God, yes or no? At least we agreed to that. Now, why the preference? Intellectual property. Are we together? It's the same Word of God, but packaged in different ways, right? So people express their preferences because of the involvement of the intellect in it. So the King James is different from NIV, Revised Standard Version, Amplified Bible, the Message Translation, simply because of the intellectual force, that drives or that, was involved in the translation of those various versions. So when you read your Bible after that, you want to go to the bathroom to take your bath, right? Some of us, we don't see a particular type of soap. We will not take our bath. I know that, at home, my wife prefers a particular type of soap. Soap is soap, yes or no? What's the difference between Lux and Joy and Imperial leather? And the one that is Imperial but doesn't have leather, or the Abuwe black soap that, we are used to locally. The whole essence of soap is just to enable you to wash off, the dirty part of your body. That's just the essence of soap. But if you look at the attachment of people to brand, you realize that you want to think that soap is more than that. And that is intellectual property. Maybe, those who produce a particular brand, they had some bit of fragrance to it, or they package it in such a particular way. Or some of us, we are captured by the advertisement, So one way or the other, we start expressing our preference for one thing or the other. That is trademark. That is branding coming in. So when you finish taking your bath, you want to brush your teeth. Some of us, there are some toothpaste you don't want to touch. My mother would say, just give me that ball. These are bar something. Without it, she would prefer to take chewing stick, right? So some of us, it is close up. Well, some it is, all kinds of toothpaste. But the whole essence of toothpaste is just for us to take care of our teeth. and almost all toothpaste, they have fluoride. Sorry, Dean of Dentistry, I'm moving into your turf, right? But, you know, the implication of this, you see intellectual property influencing our choices. You know, when it comes to the soap we will use, the toothpaste we will use, then when it comes to dressing up as well, you know, some of us, we are so much emotionally attached to branding. You don't want to wear any kind of shirt, right? You don't want to wear any kind of shoe, and so on and so forth. This is intellectual property influencing our actions. And even when it comes to the kind of vehicle we ride, you know, I know some of my friends, since he started buying cars, it's always Volvo or no. And I was asking, what's the big deal about Volvo? I mean, Volvo do not care about aesthetics. You know, their product, you can't compare with some of these Japanese that will package everything looking so beautiful. And he said, Prof, look, it's the safety I care so much. Volvo safety first. And since he has been purchasing cars, it's Volvo, right? And nothing else. I said, well, the moment Volvo stop producing automobile, it will not buy automobile again. You see the impact of intellectual property. You get what I'm trying to say? Influencing our world, right? Imagine a world without entertainment. You want to do your wedding, no entertainment. You want to do your birthday, no music, and so on and so forth. You know, all these things, they are intellectual property, right? Even when we want to do funeral, I mean, it's a big industry nowadays, right, from those who manufacture caskets, right? I mean, people don't just want to buy any kind of casket, you know, to put the body of their loved ones in. Some will say it's MIC casket I want. Some will say it's ebony, and so on and so forth. Casket is casket. The whole essence of it is just to put the dead body and give it a dignified burial. Are we together? But people make money from it because of the involvement of the intellect. So all over, you see, you know, intellectual property influencing us. Even when it comes to the food we eat, some of us, we are addicted to patronizing some joint. Because in cooking, you see intellectual property there. You know, thank God the women are not, you know, filing patent. Otherwise, otherwise, some of us men, our salary will not have been able to take care of our tummy. Do you understand? I mean, there are some joints you love patronizing. I'm like, that place, if you hit the ogbono soup, you won't like to leave the place. There is a place in Abuja, anytime I visited Abuja, I must eat there. And the moment I take one meal, it's okay for the day, right? In fact, one of my friends outside the country said, when are you going to Abuja? Will you get to that place? I say, yes, I must mark register. Now, the ogbono they prepare there is the same ingredient, but when you taste it, it's not the same thing. It's intellectual property involvement. Are we together? In education, let's even put that aside. You see intellectual property. So the whole of our life is driven by intellectual property. So that's what makes intellectual property to be very important. We can't live without it. We can never do without intellectual property. Either we are alive or we are dead, right? We have something to do with intellectual property. So that's what makes intellectual property to be so important. Imagine a world without music. How will the world look like without music? Some of us, we can't do without music, right? If you are doing your wedding and there is no music, it will be like funeral. Right? In fact, the kind of music we listen to is what gives us the idea of what you are celebrating, right? So intellectual property is so important. Even in global affairs, you realize that intellectual property determines a lot of things. Nations that are superpowers, they are super not because of the land mass that they have. Nigeria is 4 times the geographical size of Great Britain. 4 times geographical size. In other words, you can subtract Great Britain 4 times from Nigeria and we still have little space, right? But you and me, we agree that when we are saying superpowers should stand up, Nigeria should not. No, we always say we are giants, but we are midget when it comes to superpower. It's not area size, right? Zaire is Democratic Republic of Congo is so large. It's the largest country in Africa in area size. But that's not a superpower, right? The colonial power, the country that colonized, Democratic Republic of Congo, Belgium. Belgium is just about 1/10. If it's barely up to 1/10 of land mass, right? And yet they colonized them, right? The power behind colonization is intellectual property. And the power that is defining whether a nation is super or not super is intellectual property. Africans are good fighters, we are good soldiers. But by the time the British brought Maxim machine guns, confronting them became suicide. So everybody surrendered, they took over our land, they colonized us. It's through intellectual property. When you look at global affairs, conflict everywhere, intellectual property is behind it, right? The Gulf War, the removal of Saddam Hussein is as a result of intellectual property. The guy just announced whether the Western powers like it or not, we will have nuclear power. Then the Western countries say, we cannot allow a madman to have nuclear power. But there is something about nuclear technology. Once you have it and you master it, every other nation must show you respect. Because in a nuclear conflict, no nation will survive. So it's an instrument of deterrent, an instrument to earn respect from your opponent. And Western countries don't want it. That is why any small country that wants to, they will find a way of frustrating that effort. It's behind the problem in the Gulf. The Iranians at all costs, they want to. But the Americans don't want them to have it, and the Western countries. Of course, they are using their proxy, the Israelis here and there. So behind almost all this conflict, you see intellectual property. Why do we have the war in Ukraine? People will say it's expansionist tendency of the Russian. Of course, they are right. But when you look at it, the Ukrainians, they want to join NATO, connect to the West, have access to superior technology that will make them to be on the same level with Russia. And they say, we don't want that. We don't want a nation that is at the same level with us, sharing the same border with us. Let's neutralize them. And of course, they thought they would just overrun Ukraine, but with availability of, sophisticated weapon provided by the West, it has become a war of attrition now. So when you look around and you look at what is unfolding around us, you realize that the intellectual property aspect will always be there. And there is no way we can solve global problem without addressing the intellectual property dimension. Look at climate change, right? What is behind it? Technology is behind the problem of climate change. Though naturally climate is always changing. Those who are climatologists will tell us that every 35 years, you'll be able to see change, in climate. But the thing has been changing so fast because man has been tampering with the delicate balance that God has put on earth. Right? And the solution also will be technology. Technology created the problem, is creating it, and technology will address it. But up to today, the global community has not been able to agree on how best to tackle it through technology because of the issue of intellectual property. Anytime they gather at a forum to discuss it, right, the poor nations everybody will agree that technology will help. But the question is, who will pay for the technology? The developing countries, which Nigeria belongs to, poor countries, will say, well, let the rich one transfer the technology to us. After all, it's a global problem. And the rich nations will say, we did not get it freely. It cost a lot of money to develop this technology. And this technology, they are private rights owned by multinational corporations. Somebody must pick the bill. So then you have countries like China who are just moving up, right? And if they have to acquire sophisticated technology that will, not make them to be polluting the environment, they must go to the West. And they are not ready for that. So you don't see everybody doing all kinds of horse trading to protect their interests while the problem of climate change persists. Are we? So it's intellectual property at the end of the day. The difference between the rich nations of the world and the poor nations of the world is simply intellectual property. So, and the implication is any nation that is poor can become rich if they give attention to intellectual property. So let's move. Let me leave this objective of intellectual property. That is slide number 6. Let's just run quickly so that let's look at defining all marks of intellectual property generally. You know, they are products of man exertion. That is, you know, you exert your intellectual faculty. IP are diverse products, but a common factor among them is they are being product of the exertion of man's intellectual faculty. They are intangible property as opposed to tangible property like land or cars. Now, proprietary interests in IP are recognized and protected by law. Then the legal protection of IP is what led to emergence of property rights in them called intellectual property rights. In other words, what we call intellectual property, there will never be called property if the law does not recognize, you know, property rights, you know, in all those IP. And these rights, they are enforceable in court. Now, let's jump types of IP. Dr. Ogundari has helped me with that. And let's go to slide number 13. How IP creates wealth. Well, the first point we should be here, I mentioned it earlier on, you know, let me just reiterate it. IP is a source of wealth because we all need it. We all need IP. We need food. We need clothing. We want to live in comfortable environments, right? We want to ride comfortable cars. And, you know, what provides all these things is intellectual property. Now, in addition to that, right, the exclusive right that the law has conferred on owners of, you know, intellectual property or creators of intellectual property, right, encourage investment in research and, you know, information creation. In addition to that, you know, the protection by law forbid competitors or anybody from exploiting or misusing the property without the permission of the creator, and of course to create a market for that invention so that it could be given to good use and will motivate others to innovation and creation. What are we talking here? Well, the fact that, you know, law has conferred, you know, a form of monopolistic power or right over owners of IP, put them in a position to make money from it, right? Once you produce a work that is protected by an intellectual property right, nobody else can reproduce it. In fact, under the law, nobody should import it. Nobody should duplicate it. Nobody should sell it except with your permission. So the implication is anyone with, you know, intellectual property, you know, has potential wealth just nearby. Are we together? If he's able to do the needful, that will enable him or her to maximally, you know, tap into, you know, the economic benefits of having intellectual property. Look at all those that, you know, they have their patent certificate this morning. That patent certificate is potential wealth if it is exploited. But if it's not exploited, it's just ordinary paper. But if, you know, what those patent, you know, monopoly cover, they are product that, you know, is in demand. Anyone can approach them, those who are interested either in buying the right outrightly, and they make money from it. They can license it, and yearly they will be collecting royalty till as long as they exist in this world. And even when they leave this world, they can transfer it testamentarily, you know, to their successor, just like by will. So it is wealth. There is money in it, right? So, and there is money in it because we need it. And the law recognizes property right in it. And of course, the owners, you know, the law confer monopoly on them. Are we together? Right? During the COVID-19 wahala, no, it wasn't COVID-19. I think it was in the 80s that, you know, no, not 80s, from 1990 upward, the HIV pandemic became a global problem. People are just dying and no solution. Then suddenly some of these multinational drug manufacturer, I think it was Pfizer or maybe one or two of them like that, announced that, well, they've been able to get a solution, though not a cure, but antiretroviral, that when you use it, it reduces the viral load and someone can still live his normal life. You know, by the time they release the cost of the drug, you will know that it's so high. But it's a matter of life and death. So those who could afford will have to pay for it. And as they pay for it, those who are owners of the right in it, they start making money from it. So because we need IP, those who have it, if they properly market it, they can make good money. Now, value of IP as set, let's jump that so that we don't really waste much time, though it's very important. Let's go to IP and national wealth in 21st century. There is something about 21st century which, you know, I want to draw attention to. In the 21st century is not a world where necessity drives invention. You know, we are used to that saying, necessity is the mother of invention. Necessity is the mother of invention. But in 21st century, necessity is not the mother of invention. Rather, it is invention that drives necessity. Most of the products we are enjoying today, there was no need to have them. But somebody somewhere just work on them and come out with the breakthrough. And the moment we realize that this thing is making life easy, all of us will rush to it. So that's one key thing about 21st century. We want comfort. We want, you know, to live a better life. So the moment somebody brings out something that will make life more comfortable, we all jump to it, and of course, we'll pay. That's one of the hallmarks, important hallmark of 21st century. Now, one key thing about 21st century is wealth of nations is no longer defined by natural resources or endowment that nation has. And that is very important. Assuming wealth of nation is defined by, you know, the natural endowment, is nations like Nigeria, Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, and some other nations like that, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, that will be the richest in the world. But you agree with me that these nations are really poor. And they are poor not because they don't have natural endowment. Take Nigeria, for example. The oil is there. The gas is there, which we have been flaring. Since 1957, we've not really made, you know, good use of the gas. With that gas, we can generate sufficient power to make life comfortable for us. We can produce gas. You know, you can several other, you know, hydrocarbon, you know, industries that, you know, are hydrocarbon driven. They could be established, but we've not been able to make anything out of it. In fact, it's so embarrassing. Of course, we are used to it in Nigeria. It's no longer embarrassing. The bulk of the oil or the petroleum product we consume, we import it. We export the crude. Why? Because our attention has not really been given to issue of intellectual property, right? We produce cocoa, but we import chocolate. And when you look at the value of chocolate and the raw cocoa that we export, nations like Switzerland that are, you know, leading nations of the world in production of chocolate, right? What they give us, they collect it back almost 10 times in return when they are sending the chocolate to us. Up till now in Nigeria, there is no factory where they produce chocolate. Up till now. The only one place where I believe they process cocoa product is Ileoluji, that Luji something that they just roast and they grind it, and it's so bitter nobody takes it. Have you tasted it before? Because to turn the thing into, is it cocoa tea? I tasted it once. For the whole day, my mouth was bitter. So, you know, because the technology to make, you know, chocolate is not available. It will have been so good, assuming these technologies, we have given attention to them. It will have boosted our gross domestic product. It will have helped us to tackle unemployment problem. People will be working in those factories. And because we are, you know, we are processing it ourselves, the farmers that are in the bush, they will be earning good income. But we've not been looking at that. So when you look at 21st century, it's no longer the case that it's nations that have, richly endowed in terms of natural resources, that, are the rich nations. As a matter of fact, nations that are so wealthy today are nations who don't have anything. But they care so much about intellectual property. You talk about Japan. Those who are familiar with the emergence of Japan as a global power, economically, technologically, the only thing they grow in Japan is rice. That's the only thing. No natural, no iron ore, no coal, nothing. Everything imported. We have coal. If you get to Kaba, up till Onisha, that stretch, abundant supply of coal. We are not even touching it. The second largest of gypsum in the world, which is necessary for cement, is in Nigeria. The bitumen is there. Second largest deposit in the world. We've not touched it. Right? Don't talk of some other vital and important minerals. Right? Why? Because for you to translate or to convert your potentials in terms of natural endowment into wealth, intellectual property is the key. The Koreans don't have anything. Nothing at all. But they have given attention to intellectual property. That's where they are today. In 1963, those who are in the world of development economics, they were projecting that by the 80s, nations like Nigeria should be emerging superpower. In fact, they were not even considering South Korea because we were far, far ahead of them. Looking at what we have, what was on ground. But today, right, we consume their product and, we are nowhere to be found at all. So it's no longer, you have iron ore, you have coal, you have this and so on and so forth that would, enable you to become wealthy. Unfortunately, over the years, when you study all the national economic development agenda or program that government brings out, emphasis, until recently, had always been on, the extractive industry. What can you make from extractive industry? You export raw tectona, wood, teak, and the Chinese, they bring it back in form of beautiful furniture. You pay for it. Exorbitant. That's why our trade is always unbalanced, and that's why we are poor. Nigeria is poor because we are not so productive. Nigerians are hardworking but not productive. We are hardworking. An average Nigerian works hard. I don't believe that Nigerians are lazy. But when you are not giving attention to intellectual property, you'll be like someone that is blindfolded and invited to the boxing ring. You'll be throwing jabs, but at the end of the day, you end up being defeated, right? So let's just move quickly so that we can finish, right? Now, slide 20, academics and the world of IP. I think we need to look at that because we are in academic environment. Now, ideally, academics are supposed to be very rich because they are generators of intellectual property. Everything we do within the university, research institute, tertiary institutions, right, at the end of the day, turn out to be intellectual property. Unfortunately, the sad reality is that academics are poor, Nigerian academics in particular, right? They struggle to live, and it's one reason why we've been having strike upon strike upon strike upon strike upon strike within the city, because people are not comfortable, right? It's a sign that the system is not working well. When people are not comfortable, right, even dialoguing with them becomes a big challenge because they are operating with anger. So why is it that despite the fact that within the university system, right, we are, supposed to be generators of intellectual property, and, our intellectual property assets should put us in a position where at least we'll be comfortable, not just by salary, but by virtue of what we are doing. Why? Well, there are a number of reasons for this. What I have here is not so exhaustive as such, right? But I will just pick some that I consider to be very important, which I believe we can just think about. Now, there are a number of factors responsible for this. The first one is awareness of intellectual property and intellectual property rights is very low. Very low. Very, very low. It will surprise you that people have been here, working here for years, yet they don't know anything called intellectual property. They don't know the value of what they are bringing out. Can you imagine that? You are laboring to bring out a product, but you don't know the value. In fact, for many academics, the only thing, their understanding of the university environment is they employ you, work to teach. Each convocation ceremony is a proof that you are doing something. Right? Do your research, rise through the ranks, become professor. And, they are contented with just being called professors. And of course, little recognition they get here and there, they feel so happy about it. Right? Their attention is not on wealth at all. Which is dangerous because, look, the certificate and the paper you write, if you write 1 million papers, the day you die, you can't transfer them. You can't transfer the certificate. It's gone with you. Right? The only thing you can transfer is the intellectual property you have. That's what your, maybe your loved ones, your children and other things, that's what they can't fall back upon. And we spend the bulk of our life is on research. And at the end of the day, we are not really giving attention to how we can make money out of this thing, which is quite unfortunate. And so the awareness is very low. I could recall when I joined the academic world in the early 90s, one of our, professors then was saying, Adedeji, are you publishing? At that time, I was still very playful. I said, Baba, I'm teaching. He said, no, you don't become anything by teaching. It's either you publish or you perish. And all of us were publish or perish because of that. One of my colleagues ran back to the civil service. He's a judge of the High Court today. Anytime I saw him, he said, well, he said, that's your publish or perish. He said, either you publish or... Nobody is telling us that, look, what we are publishing, we can make money out of it. Even books you author, you can make a lot of money. There is a book project I organized in my faculty, 2008. And at the end of the day of the launching that book, 18 million. And we were selling it until, the law changed. I'm just trying to sit down to find time to update it now. That is money, right? It's good money, right? But the focus of most academics is just on paper. Now, thank God for paper. Paper will push you up. But when you get to the top, what else? Are we together? There is, one of our highly respected professor who retired some years back, right? He did his PhD and master's in United States, Stanford University, in the field of material science. And he was able to discover some very, some products that will turn around the world of material science. So when he came back to Nigeria, he published it. Nothing more after that. 3 years to his retirement, he just came to my office. I used to play with him, and he's someone that, I enjoy, being in his company. And say, I saw something overnight too. I said, what happened? Did you go for night vigil? He said, no. That, he couldn't just sleep and he was just playing with his computer system. And while doing some search, he just saw his name appearing, on a particular product that's been patented. And when he looked at it, it was the product that he discovered while doing his master's. He just published it, and Ford Motors just started searching around. They got the information, they filed the patent. They just acknowledge him as the person who did the work. He said, what can I do? I said, sir, it's already in public domain. There is nothing you can do. Assuming when you finish this work, you approach Ford Motors with it. You don't even need to start talking about gratuity. Right? Money is settled. So that awareness is very, very poor, very poor. And until we do something about it, until we'll address it, we will still not be able, to turn our IP asset into wealth, right? So let's run now. IP awareness is relatively very low in Nigerian research community. Then IP policy framework is lacking. Because without a policy framework, there is no way you can harness anything that you have. Nigeria is richly endowed. If there is a country that I know that is really blessed when it comes to IP asset, not in the field of technology, but the copyright-based industry. The copyright-based industry can solve Nigeria unemployment problem. The potentials we have. Today, the film industry is reputed to be the third largest in the world. And the fourth, I think the second, yes, within the informal sector of Nigerian economy, the second largest employer of labor. With all the way they do their things and, government is not really involved as such, the way it's supposed to. Because Nigerians are highly creative. And a country of well over 300 ethnic groups, you can just imagine the cultural asset that we have. Right? But we are not really focusing on that because we don't have a national policy or national intellectual property strategy. And without that strategy, no way we can make IP or we can mainstream IP into national economic development policy of government. And it's one reason why when you look at all the various, national economic policy, the NEAT document, for instance, packaged by Soludo, Vision 20, I think it was 2020, 2020, I think it was Yaradua that came with the idea of Vision 2020. You will really see, IP component. That was part of the workshop that worked on the Vision 2020. When I got there at Mina, I wasn't scheduled to talk. In fact, they didn't want me to talk at all, And I went to meet the MC that day. I said, well, I'm here to speak on IP. He said, what is IP? Doctor, we have better things to do here. In any case, from which sector are you? I said from justice sector. At that time, I was doing my sabbatical at the Copyright Commission. So when I saw the advert in the newspaper, IP not mentioned, I rushed to my DJ and said, sir, if we don't do something now to create awareness of the need to include IP, we will miss it again. Then he said, well, go and prepare, go to Mina. So when we got there, I said, well, you are from justice sector, no problem. People from Ministry of Justice will speak on your behalf. And when those ones came, I went to meet them. I said, well, no problem, they will talk. When they were doing their presentation, nothing. I was angry. So God so good, during the break time, the man that was chairing the session, they were addressing him, Dr. So and so. I said, well, this one, will have an idea of university and all. So I walk up to him. I'm Dr. Adedeji. I'm from Copyright Commission. And we are not listed as part of the people that will speak, but I believe we are missing something. We are not giving intellectual property attention in Nigeria. All those who have been talking, they've been talking about extractive industry. Without IP, we are going nowhere. Then they say, yes, I did my PhD in Oxford, and I was asked to sign copyright document. And they've been sending money to me every year. I will allow you to talk. Just 5 minutes. So that was how I was allowed to talk in the afternoon. 5 minutes turned to 20, 20 turned to 40, 40 turns to 1 hour. And I finished. When I finished, I said, where are you people from? I said, well, because I was able to, side by side, what Singapore was benefiting from copyright-based industry alone, not the entire IP something. And we have more potential than Singapore, but we are missing it because there is no national policy on IP. Right? Unfortunately, Vision 2020 was abandoned. Right, and the one I saw, there was no IP inside. The moment Yaradua died, everybody pushed it aside. But the awareness is gradually catching up. And today we have a draft national IP policy. I was part of the three-man group that drafted it. I was asked to draft the copyright sector, and we are only praying that before this man leaves May 29, the Federal Executive Council we approve it. Because without it, we are going nowhere. So policy framework is very, very important. And the document we prepare is so comprehensive. My prayer is that government will give it the kind of attention it deserves. It's going to make things, bring terrific change, within the sector. Now, what of within the university itself? Policy is very important. That's why I'm so happy, my guys here, Professor Akinyemi Akoni, and Baba is here. Where does work so hard, to come up with, IP policy for university. Not that, we didn't have it before, but we just merge it with the research policy. And it's supposed to be a standalone document. We are able to review it. And OAU has, an institutional IP policy now. But we still have a lot of work to do. Because more people are, you've done a lot, sir. But most people are still, they don't even know what that policy is all about. And, administration, management must find a way by which all of us, we plug into that policy, right? So that at the end of the day, that policy would drive and would determine, our interaction with the intellectual property, intellectual property world in OAU. Point number 3, the reward system for intellectuals or academics is very poor in Nigeria. Very, very poor. And until that is addressed, we'll be missing a lot. We'll be missing a lot. It's when you are comfortable that your brain will function well. Yes or no? Let's be honest with ourselves. When you are not comfortable, you can't do any research. That's just the truth. You are hungry, you have needs here and there, the salary is not sufficient, and someone is talking of research. Research what? Do you understand? In nations that churn out, great IP assets, they give good salary. They pay good salary to the academics. Now, today, nobody will push aside the nation of Finland. Several years ago, Finland was not considered as one of, the rich economies in Europe. Of course, their social welfare system very good. But Finland was not as rich as some other nations. And, they did a study, right? How can we make Finland to be rich? Right? And the study came up, the report came out, that, look, they have a problem. Just like Nigeria, the best brain, once they finish from the university, they move out to the United States. In fact, before they finish, American companies will already be waiting to poach them. No nation can develop when you allow your brain to be taken away. They now say, how do we address it? Say, there is a way you address it. Number 1, make teaching and teachers to be earning the highest salary in the country. And do it in such a way that anyone with a first class will never leave Finland. They will go back because it takes first class brain to produce first class product. And of course, they pump money, implement the policy, made the university to be so conducive that brilliant people, they don't want to leave. And the outcome is what we are seeing today. That's what led to the emergence of Nokia. Nokia has become a global brand today. And Finland is so rich. Formerly, it's their extractive industry they depend on. I mean, the forest and some mineral resources. So until we do that in Nigeria, I can assure you we are going nowhere. In Nigeria today, the richest people are politicians, not those who are in the world of academics. Now, funding for education and research is still relatively low. At times, government will come and say, well, we'll release 200 billion to academics. What is their complaint again? And people get carried away. Now, the word of the university is a universal word. It's not a word of naira. It's a word of currencies that have heavy weight. When you convert 100 billion naira to dollar, you realize that it's nothing. And you now say, oh, that 100 billion, all universities in Nigeria should share it. By the time you share it, it's not sufficient to buy chemicals for chemistry department alone. That's just the truth. In my own faculty, for instance, to run my library, the e-library alone, annually I will need 45 million naira. And it's consumable. E-library is lying fallow now because, all the ones we subscribe to, they have expired. And UAC does not have money. At times, going to the VC is a challenge because I know it was his own headache. His ear is getting whiter every day. Not due to age, but pressure. Due to pressure. Demands here and there, the resources are not there. Right? So for us to conduct high-level research, money must come. Chemicals are not available. Equipment are not there. Those in the sciences, biological sciences, at times they collect their sample, they send it out of the country. And they have to wait until they get a report from South Africa, from Botswana, and some of these countries. It's very rare to go to any Nigerian university today and even research centers, and you will get, well-equipped laboratory. A lab you get to, and your brain will be vibrating to really work. If you're an academic, one thing is when you get to the right environment, something stimulates you. You don't want to leave the place. The day I got to WTO library in Geneva, and I saw books I've never seen in my life, I wanted to spend 5 minutes there. At the end of the day, I spent 5 hours. So, from one shelf to the other, and my imagination, God, how I wish I could just carry all these books to Ife. How I could carry all these books to Ife. Then the attendant can say, some are in the bookshop, I could buy them. When I got there, $200. So I just look at the thing and I left the place. Very, very sad. The only one I could afford was the one for $20. And even that $20, it's, the cost too high. That means I wouldn't be able to buy chocolate for my daughter, which was quite painful. Now, in Nigeria also, weak support structure for technology transfer. Well, thank God we have IPTTO, and, we need to applaud the effort of our IPTTO. They deserve a round of applause. Thank God for those who have been, running that place right from inception, I think from 2006, Professor Adekoya. Then after Professor Adekoya, we have Adekalu, then Maoga, then Baba, and other people that have run that place. They are operating there is bringing water out of the rock. And of course, Benga is there, Mr. Benga Adewile. But the truth of the matter is, well, thank God for all the pattern we have today. It shows the potentials we have. But that place is not what it's supposed to be. Only one room? Is it one room? No. Is the director's room that is the conference room. Then we have another room like this, then the ante room where we all... That is not a transfer of technology office. Right? The infrastructure is not just that. You see, all the people that they obtain patent today, my greatest fear is that will be the end. They will just put it in their CV and nothing will come out of it. Because it's not their job to be struggling to look for those who are interested. It's the job of the transfer of technology office now to link up with the industry. So that they can focus on new line of research. But at the end of the day, the facilities are not there. The only permanent staff we have, I don't know whether they've added somebody else, is still Mr. Adewale. Abi? There was a time the registrar transfer him, the usual transfer. They just say, well, you stay too long there, or you go to. When I heard, I said, what a IPTTO. I said, IPTTO, I came to meet my guy. Please, let's reach out to the registrar. If you take Benga out of that place, that's the end of technology transfer office in OAU. But it's hard working, but that's dangerous. What if like people are running away? It used to move to UK or whatever. That would be the end of IPTTO in Ile-Ife. For that place to run very well, adequate staffing is necessary, right? It's supposed to be an information center. We don't have facilities to store information. Now, thank God for NOTAP that is assisting us with, the filing and all those stuff. But on our own, we should be able to build capacity, right? So, but all those things are not there, right? They should have sufficient funds to reach out to the industry. People have discovered this is drug. Now, reach out to people in the pharmaceutical world. We have these products, and they must have capacity to negotiate. All these things are not there. So, and until we have these things, we are not going anywhere. So, when people, when they come up with their research work, for instance, infrastructure that support researchers, like the production of prototype, these things are very costly. And it requires a lot of skill. We don't have all those facilities here, right? So for us to be able to turn IP into wealth, these are things we need to look into. Look at our technology park. I pray that we'll be able to revive that vision. I believe we can do it. I believe we can do it. I believe we can do it. It's a fantastic idea. Right? The land is just there, line fallow. But we need to sit down and map out effective strategy that will enable us to develop. The potential we have in that regard is the land is there. OAU land mass is well over 13,000 hectares. The bulk of it, we are doing nothing about it. Now, the express road, passes through our territory. That's a great asset. If we develop that place into technology park, factories will relocate from Lagos. Lagos is already congested. All we need is just to give them good lease here that won't stress them. They will settle down, right? And of course, our students can have places where they will do IT. It can turn into Silicon Valley. And I think that's the idea that the former VC had. We need to pursue it further. There was a time we were thinking on how to make power available, because power is okay. I used to serve on, I don't know what happened to it, the hydropower project. We were planning to produce hydropower from Ishasha River, 25 megawatts of power. And the entire consumption of OAU is barely up to 6 megawatts. That means we'll have excess of about 19 megawatts. Now, if we channel that 19 megawatts to that park area, and power is available 24/7, my God, this university becomes another thing. And because it's less than 25 megawatts, we don't need to turn it into the national grid. We can micromanage it ourselves. We have a dam. If we increase the capacity to provide water for that place, electricity available, land is available, then let's reach out to Lagos. They will be bringing, companies will be coming, settling up and other things like that. And what we get from them will make this university to be very, very rich. And I believe we can do it. We can do it. If we put our minds to it. These are things that we need, right, to enable us to make a success, of the huge IP asset that we churn out in this university. So support structures must be there. And without them, we are going nowhere. There is poor university industry linkage. That one is very, very important. I mean, there must be a linkage. What usually happens overseas is that industries approach university, they have a problem. Can you people do research, help us solve this problem? And of course, researchers focus on it. PhD students, they focus on it. When they solve the problem, they pay them, they support them with funding and so on and so forth. Here, we don't really have that. It's like the university is operating on its own. The industry is operating on its own. There must be a synergy. Otherwise, we will not go anywhere. Now, absence of research priorities at both institutional and national level is part of, the key things we need to do. Government must come up, to tell us there is national research priority in Nigeria. Areas where we have national problem, declare it as national research priority, provide funding, and ensure that Nigerian researchers, they get involved in it. Then apart from national, even at institutional level, there must be research priorities. What we are doing presently is everybody design his own project. You go ahead and... So at times you have projects, they are very good, but they don't have relevance locally. They don't have relevance locally. Of course, the person becomes a professor, which he wants to, but the brain work he has done when he retires will not impact the immediate community. I think we need to start doing that. Well, if the university, every year we should come out, I told you this will be our research priority. And of course, everybody will plug into it. Those in the tech world, they plug into it. Those in the science world, those of us in the humanities, we plug into it. At the end of the day, it makes what we are doing to be relevant. Once it is relevant, it attracts attention and ultimately, funding. Now, there is poor human resource capacity to support technology transfer, and that is true. We are not developing human capital in that particular regard. In our IPTTO, for instance, I think it's only Mr. Dewille that is there. By now, we should have a pool, of people that can help us to draft patent claim, the patent document. People that a researcher will just walk to and say, this is how far I've gone. What can I do? And they will provide the necessary advice, counseling. Do it this way, do it this way, do it this way. That will guide them. When you get someone that is interested in what you are doing and provide good advice, there is a way it makes you to move forward. There is a way it encourages you further. We don't have that. We don't have that. So we need to develop capacity in this regard. And of course, use of IP as collateral in Nigeria is still at its infancy. I mean, these are things, it's government that can address that one. How IP can be utilized as collateral. So, what are the way out? Well, I extracted this just from the, national IP strategy that I work on. I mean, it contains so many things, some that government must do, some that the researchers must do on their own. Number one, education must be made a national priority. It's so sad that in Nigeria of today, government care less about education. They are just paying lip service. Until we consider education number one and number one, we are going nowhere. If you look at our national budget allocation, right, the lion's share does not go to education. I think it's defense and some other project. Education barely up, is all in the last 3 or 4 years, lesser than 10%. And according to UNESCO, we should go for 25. That 25 is even small. The late Chief Obafemi Awolowo, was operating with 50 as the premier of the whole Western region. 50% of the income of the whole Western region was on education. People criticize him and say, well, if you don't make education priority, you are only wasting your time. And it's on record that that's what, leapfrogged or made the Western region to leapfrog in terms of development, everything, right? So we are not saying government should give 50, but at least something tangible. When you look at sub-Saharan Africa, allocation to education in Nigeria is among the lowest. Very, very low. So, of course, government will always come with, where are we going to get money? Where are we going to get money? The money is there in Nigeria. What is missing is the brain. If we put up our thinking cap, we can always generate money. So, education is very important. You have to give attention to education, right? Because it's very, very, very important. It's the key. You want to turn IP into wealth. You want to come up with, high-level research that can, turn, the fortune of the country around. Education is priority, right? Nations that have leapfrogged are nations that have given attention to education. The Chinese are what they are today because they've invested heavily in education. In the 70s, in the 80s, particularly when Deng Xiaoping took over China, they were just establishing universities here and there, here and there, here and there. Everybody. And, by the time they started churning out highly skilled labor, then they created export processing zone. Labor so cheap, nothing like strike. The Western countries started relocating their production, whatever, to China. And that's why till today, everything is made in China. And as a result of relocating, they started employing Chinese. Because what they were doing is the best of their brain in university, they send it to the Ivy League universities in US. Not to study MBA, to study physics, chemistry, mathematics. And the moment they finish, they come back. Right? And, before you know what's going on, well, the Chinese started moving forward. As a matter of fact, I think it was when President Bill Clinton was the president of US, there was a day, the American Intelligence Service, they came to give him intelligence report. And, there is this mark they put on it that it needs serious attention. So he called them. You look at the document, what's the big deal? Is it the Russians that wants to attack us? They say, Mr. President, it's not Russia. Which country? Say, there is no country. The problem we have is that we have studied all the big universities in US. The postgraduate school we realize that Americans are not studying physics, chemistry, maths again. The only course they were enrolling for is MBA. When you go to all the postgraduate schools, in the Department of Physics, Chemistry, Maths is Chinese, you will find that. And Bill Clinton was smoking his cigar. I said, what's the big deal about that? They said, sir, 15 years from now, they will catch up with us. If the trend continues, they will catch up with us. They will overtake us. And they won't be made in US again. It will now be made in China. And say that's a big national security threat. Then the man asked them, what do we do? Find a way by which you encourage Americans to come for PhDs in physics, chemistry, maths. Otherwise, we will lose our position. They are still struggling with that. And that's why once you are good in chemistry, physics, they ask you to come so that, you know, what their citizens are not doing. Right? They encourage you to come and, of course, settle down there. You become part of the pool, you know, of those generating IP for them. So education is very important. I mean, the Indians, I think some years back when I was in India, you know, they've invested so much in education, right? Annually, as of that time, and it's quite a long time, averagely the Indians were churning out about 6,000 PhDs every year. That was the time when total number of PhDs in Nigerian university was barely up to 300. Ibadan used to produce the highest, right? Barely up to 200. We can't even produce sufficient PhDs to man the university springing up. And nobody is talking. That is where the problem lies, right? So we need to pump money into education. There is a need also to conduct a study on the economic potential of intellectual property. We don't have a database. How do you plan when you don't have data? So there is a need for a study. Then we need to formulate national and institutional IP policy. Well, thank God we are making progress in this regard. I just told us that we already have a draft awaiting, you know, the approval of the Federal Executive Council. I believe once it is approved, things will change in the IP world in Nigeria, right? And of course, at OAU, we have our IP policy also, but we need to make people to be aware of that policy. Another thing is that we must promote awareness in universities and research institutes. Thank God for this World IP Day is a means of promoting awareness. But I believe we can still do more. We should have an hall of fame of inventors in OAU. We don't have it. Hall of fame. Thank God for the pictures we took here today. But after today, we remember all this patenting. Nobody. And generations that will come into this OAU, many of them will not even know whether people have obtained patents. Today, some of our people do not even know this whole story of the yam panda, you know, if a brown beans, you know, all those stuff. There. And once people disconnect from their history, right, they are going nowhere. So there must be an hall of fame, right? Maybe before convocation, you know, university would organize a ceremony where, you know, by which we promote IP. Then development and implementation of plan for enhancing IP training in universities and tertiary institutions. Presently, I think it's only the law faculty that has intellectual property. We have intellectual property law. Study from legal point of view. But intellectual property is more than law. In fact, intellectual property has more to do with the social sciences, economics, and so on and so forth, technology than law. But today is only in faculty of law. So there is a way to come up with, you know, an approach where it becomes a multidisciplinary thing in the university. And of course, we need to sensitize our students to the value of IP right from the time they enroll. And that's why I've always been advocating. We should make IP part of the component of our general studies that students can, you know, enroll for. And of course, by the time they are aware of all these things, you know, the entrepreneurial spirit in them could, you know, fire up and, you know, they can take it up from there. So establish and promote support structures for commercialization of IP, such as IPTTO technology park and incubation centers. Institutions need to adjust their reward system to encourage researchers to give attention to patenting and commercial value of their research. Of course, we need to commend OAU, we are trying, but still when it comes to promotion, right, we've not really been giving much attention to patent, right? It's still paper. How many papers have you published? We have not really been giving attention to, patenting. And to patent a product requires a lot of effort. It takes a long time. So I've been advocating that the point allocated for patenting, when it comes to promotion, should be higher. Sir, we already have it. 7 marks, 10. Okay, I think that we are in the right direction then, right? Because to patent a product, it could take years, right? Whereas to develop the paper and publish it may not be as much as that. Develop and implement national and even institutional research priority areas. Promote and strengthen university industry linkage. More funding for research must be made available through establishment of a fund, for instance, for commercialization of intellectual property rights and innovation. Then, of course, we need to reform our laws. There are some, legal structures we have in place presently that have become outdated. Our patent law, for instance, right, was enacted in 1970. Since that time, we've not amended it at all. And even that piece of legislation, we just copy it, hook, line, and sinker from WIPO in 1965, the WIPO model. In a dynamic world of innovation, we should be reviewing our laws every 10 years. So the field of industrial property will not be able to do much. So there should be legal reform to ensure that we have laws that will facilitate, the maximization of the full potential of intellectual property. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think Professor Wole Adedeji deserves a standing ovation. Let's keep clapping for him. Thank you so much, Prof, for that. Please let's have a seat. He has actually demonstrated that his intellectual property in human form is working encyclopedia property. Please, let's do him another round of applause. I have learned. Prof, I envy you. I have learned. To take us further in the event, we are gradually coming to the end of the program. But I think I should announce that we'll begin to put together our questions now. At least Prof has taken us through a journey, and it's expected that, we might have questions that we want to ask. Dr. Ogundaritu had spoken to us earlier. In case we have questions, let's begin to put them together. But right now, we'll take some goodwill messages, and the goodwill messages will come in this order. I want to call on the director of IFETS, if he's still within the house. Yeah. After IFETS, we'll have CTL. Let's clap for him as he comes. CTLW will make a goodwill message. Then former Vice Chancellor Professor Michael Fabrodi will be sending in a goodwill message as well. Then the Director of Gender and Social Policy Studies Center will give us. Then the Department of Fine Arts, I understand that the Department of Fine Arts is exhibiting somewhere outside. Then we'll have Professor Simeon Deyinka for a goodwill message as well. Then Baba Ilori, Professor Ilori, you'll be the Egunla Teke Ballet. So I'll yield the mic now to the Director of IFETS. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to use this opportunity, first of all, to stand upon the existing protocol, but at the same time, I would like to recognize the presence of Professor Lori, because he's my mentor and my teacher also. Thank you so much. And of course, also Mrs. Ulune, you're welcome. also want to commend the efforts of Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer Office for this beautiful program that you have just packaged under the leadership of Professor Misogulusi, and of course also the Executive Director of the Central Office of Research. Thank you so much even for this program. It has been an eye-opener even to every one of us. Definitely I'm from Institute for Entrepreneurship and Development Studies, and apart from our academic program of running BSc and PhD, there's one important area I just want to point attention to, and that is the aspect of actually organizing entrepreneurship training, and that is a business development process. My Vice Chancellor, by the time was giving his address, he made mention of something about actually liaising with the industry before, especially when by the time you want to conceptualize it, your research upon an idea, because it is the value that you are bringing to the table that actually is going to make whatever the output of that research make it even important, whether it can actually, you can get intellectual property on it or not. So as a result of that, entrepreneurship is something that is not limited to just setting up small and medium scale enterprises. It's supposed to be something that is a behavioral something, so which can be exhibited either in establishing SME, or it can also be exhibited in any established organization, because the whole essence is understanding the customer and coming up with the kind of value to address maybe the kind of problem even they are confronting them or challenge when they are having. So which means that for you to be able to get the intellectual property, as is important also to we'll be ready even to collaborate with whoever, especially by the time even you are conceptualizing your research idea, for us to be able to look at the market potential of whatever you are doing, and then of course even put even an expertise even in place, so that by that, at the end of the day, not only is it that yes, you're able to publish paper, but you're able to get something that will be of commercial value even to the industry. So once again, I thank, I want to commend the efforts of the IPTTO even for this program, and I wish you the very best. Thank you so much.
Next, I will call the director of CTLW or his representative, if he's still in house. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Professor Odu, please get set. You come after him.
I'm standing in for my director, Professor Olarafi. My name is Engineer Oladipo Clement. Actually, I don't have time on my side, but I have to go back to the memory lane. Today, if I should follow every statement of our Professor Adedeji, I think today should be a day of sober reflection for every one of us here today. Today should be a day of sober reflection. I don't have time to talk on that. But the first director of this IPPTO happened to be my director some time ago. In his inaugural lecture, he said something. He said, man without machine is a laborer. I will reframe that statement in line to summarize our Professor Adedeji's statement. Man or nation without good knowledge, good application of IP knowledge is a slave. That will be the summary of today's statement. But for the assignment I actually have to deliver here today, we have a stand outside there. Many might have passed through it. You will not get any message for it. That's the first collaborative research we display outside there. It speaks a volume about the challenges and the problem we have in this nation that we don't take note of. Many people, they have good motive for themselves, for this nation, but they don't have the knowledge of where we are getting things wrong. We have knowledge of people that have acquired over 100 acres of land, and they have succeeded in planting palm trees there, yielding fruit now. But I can tell you, they are still not delivering. Because let's go to the industrial sector. All the palm oil we are doing in Nigeria, they are not using it in the industrial sector. They still go back to Malaysia to go and import. So what are they producing? What is the essence of have 200 acres of land for palm oil and we are still going to Asia? We don't deal with the real issue because we lack what? IP knowledge. So with what we are doing CTLW, many of us know us for burglary, but that's not our issue. Burglary and that's not our assignment. That's not our, it's a secondary issue. So if you identify us with burglary, that means you don't know the existence of CTLW. No, I'm telling you the truth. You don't know the existence of CTLW. That's our secondary assignment. So please, this is not the time for us to laugh. I'm telling you the truth. Because when you go outside there, when you see that special palm oil production that we are doing, if this university alone can embrace that job, I thank God for third fund for their support. If they can intensify, we can pump more energy into that collaborative job like that. This university system would be a good example for this nation. I have a very good news for you. You can go and confirm it from Professor Akomalafe. There was a product they were doing, synthetic cage. The man, Professor Afro, he brought it to our unit. He said, can we do this thing? We did all within our best. He took that project to one African country. Could you believe? It is only in this city that we were the first to replicate it in Africa. Now, we did a project for PhD students from Abad University, Ado-Ekiti. Currently, it's now in Adeleke University, synthetic cage. That synthetic cage, the amount of the money we spent on that project, if you have to go to abroad, it will spend almost times 10 or 50 or 50. And those who are in biomedical something, you know the meaning of what it takes. When we talk of synthetic cage, you know the value. So that's what we are there for. If you have a project that you have challenges, come to us. We will get something reasonable out for you. And with, sorry again that I'm making much reference from Professor Adedeji issue. The gap that is between academic environment and industry, I'm telling you, is getting wider. It's getting what? It's getting wider. And this is a bad signal for this nation. I can tell you a good example from my own department. I know the number of staff we had in the time past. I know the input and the contribution we are having on IT students. And I know the challenges we are facing now. The university is helpless to the situation. So let's individually, if we have the opportunity to talk at higher level, let's government know what is really happening within this system, especially in academic system, and the damages, the problem that is ahead of this nation. Thank you. That's my message.
Thank you for calling us all to attention. CTLW is not for burglary anymore. It's not for burglary. So when you have good research work and you need collaboration to produce or to make anything you want them to do, those don't go for burglary. Thank you. Professor Odu, you are around. He will be delivering a goodwill message on behalf of Professor Michael Faborodi.
Yeah, giving this short remark on behalf of Professor Faborodi. He's sorry that he was not able to join online. He has challenges. So the next voice you hear will be that of Professor Faborodi. I congratulate the OAU IPTTO for this event of this day, the IP Day. The team is apt, and we must ensure greater gender inclusiveness in all we do. Innovation and hence concern for intellectual property is gender neutral or indeed gender blind. In the African innovation ecosystem, women are very prominent. Women participation and leadership must be encouraged and sustained. That's his word. Sorry. I commend the new activism by OAU Iptto through celebration of registered patent winners. I congratulate those being so honored today. Best wishes for a successful event. Thank you all. Professor M.O. Faborode.
Thank you. Is Dr. Banjo in-house? Okay, yeah. The Director of Gender, you are next. The representative of Fine Arts, please get set. You take the mic after her. Then Professor Semir Deyinka, you come after Fine Arts before Baba Ilori.
Thank you very much. I want to stand on the existing protocol, and I want to congratulate the Iptto office for this beautiful package today. Unfortunately, I missed out on the first presentation, but I want to say that the second one by Professor Adedeji was really an eye-opener. Last month we celebrated International Women's Day. This month we are celebrating the Iptto Day. And somebody would like to ask, or may want to ask, why women? Yes, because we live in a gender imbalanced world. So I would like to crave the indulgence of our men. We need more support for women. And women, please be challenged to support other women. And that is what we are really advocating for. Women supporting women, more men supporting men. Thank you. I wish the Central Office of Research, of which the Iptto office is a subset, more successes in short time to come. Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll have to pause on goodwill messages and remarks for now, so that we can take the questions and answer. Okay. Can we, if you have a question, just raise up your hands. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Who else? Our youngsters. Does any one of you have any question? No question? No else? Who else? Who else? Okay. Let's start from, we'll start from you. And please, just come, yeah. Make your question brief and direct it as appropriate. Sorry. Let's know who the question is intended for. Please come up, sir.
Thank you very much. First, I want to really congratulate the Iptto on the occasion of the World IP Day celebrated. And also, I want to appreciate our presenters, Professor Adedeji. I am Dr. Adelowo Kele from the National Center for Technology Management, representing government institutions on campus. My question is more of comments than a question. I really appreciate all the, the points restated by Professor Adedeji. But I want to ask in a more practical way. I'm not trying to put you on a spot, but rather to see what can OAU do, Obafemi Awolowo University, with all the structures that you have in place, particularly the Iptto Center for Entrepreneurship, the CLTW, and all of these. How can you work together to actually, functionalize this technology park that you mentioned earlier. I'm very sure institutional reorientation will be there, meaning the leadership are to see every point that you have raised today. So what are you really doing, maybe personally, to actually convince the university that this is a gold mine that can actually leapfrog the university and put it above other universities in the region? That's the first one that I want to emphasize. And then in terms of, for the IPTTO, I wouldn't know how you are going to do this. What efforts are you really making to link up with the industry? Most of the time we discuss this between myself and Mr. Adewale. This effort has to be made. You have to go to them. If, say, Muhammad refused to come to the mountain, and then the mountain will have to go. What effort are you really making to link up with the industry and connect all these patentees such that they can really commercialize their... We only need one champion, one example, success story, and then we begin to propagate it. This thing is possible. It's not that esoteric. It's possible. We just need one to showcase that. Thank you very much. Then to the first presenter, I just want to ask, does IP really has a gender face? Does it have a gender face? Or we human, we make it so? Because it's important. And then, just like Prof highlighted, the part of the gender, the kind of commitment that we expect from the female gender, and then the kind of support they need actually differ from the men. Because like Prof, I think, highlighted, in terms of STEM education, that's where you see all of these inventions coming. So to what degree are the women really participating in all of this? So I thank you so much.
Thanks for the question, sir. Right now, I would call Mrs. Busayo Obishakin for a question.
Thank you so much. Standing on the existing protocol, I want to actually appreciate all our speakers, and I want to appreciate especially the last speaker. He has opened our eyes to the problem. He has given us the way out. My question is, where do we go from here? Because most of the times we will hear all this, go away with it, and nothing is done. And then we remain where we are. And, when I came in here and I got wind of this topic, I expected our next generation to be here, and this all will not be able to take them. But they are not here. And our speaker make us realize that any poor nation could become rich if they pay attention to IP. And to be able to do this, all hands must be on deck, especially the youth that comprises of about 80% of this nation. They are not here. And the awareness about this, is not even there for them. How do we bring them in? How do we include them? How do we get away from this level of where we are? Because if we are If we are focusing on the national level, it will take time. We have to start from somewhere, and then in this our own local, include these ones that will be able to carry it out there. How do we do that? What is the next step? Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Ma. A very big thank you to our speakers for the words, and I really learned a lot. I am a novice in this anyways. Nonetheless, I have some clarifications, and they're actually questions too. And one is, how does one actually gain copyright? And then is it possible to do this personally? And if not, what are the processes? What organizations, bodies are responsible for different aspects? If it's books, if it's songs, if it's artworks, then if it's artworks, then what process is actually? Then my other question is, we actually talked about rights and all that. I would actually love to know how an artist, as I am, can actually protect our ideas or our works. For instance, I made the third video, which was played the other time, and I'm also a beat artist, so I make my artworks with beats. Nonetheless, I'm just trying to think that if someone anywhere takes, probably copies my design or anything, what would I do? And then is it possible to now have a copyright for each of my artworks, or I just need to have a copyright for my brand entirely, and then that covers all of my ideas? I would really like to know more about this. All right, and to answer these questions, I would really indulge indulgence of Professor Adewale Adedeji. Thank you very much, sir, to answer the questions. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he comes to the podium. Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, the first question is, what can OAU do? What structures? That is from Dr. Adelowo Nasetem. How do we convince the university? What are the things to be done? I mean, IPTTO can do to link up. Well, one good thing is the moment you realize you have a problem and you are able to identify the problem, you're on your way to solving the problem, right? We know we have issues, and some of it are mentioned. We need to strengthen IPTTO. What we have today is one-man IPTTO. Thank God for all the directors. The engine of IPTTO is Mr. Adewale. If he should leave today, that's the end. There must be capacity building. We need more staff in that place. We need more space to operate from. In fact, when distance learning move away from that place that we now have, I think it is Third Fund. That I was so happy. I thought university would give it to IPTTO. But suddenly I just saw Third Fund. In other words, university consider Third Fund more important than IPTTO. So something just has to be done, right? If you don't invest, put proper structures in place, we will not get it right at all. We need to get more staff to IPPTO, develop them, build their capacity, right? All the stuff that Mr. Adewale knows, let them know it. People that can give us good patent advice, people that can, prepare all this documentation, right? Then we should give them infrastructure or what it takes to be able to link up with the industry. I don't know whether things have changed. IPTTO used to have just one vehicle. Is it Avensis or manual gear? When we wanted to do university industry linkage 2017, and we are looking for fund, my Oga then, I told him I want to go and look for fund in Abuja. Well, there was no money at all. I drove that car. By the time I got to Lokoja, the whole of my legs was wobbling. But we have been able to get sufficient fund. I made some contact, but to follow up became challenging because it was my money I used, though Oga later reimbursed me. So these are things that must be in place if you want that place to function effectively. more staffing, office space, proper training, and they will be the one to come up with appropriate strategy to link up with researchers here and, of course, to move out over there. That's the way it's done in other climes, not what we are doing. They are trying. I mean, IPTTO is trying. Like I said, it's like they are bringing water out of the rock with all the things they are saying. But we need to do more if we really want, solid productivity. And, of course, a lot has to do with, university management and those that are involved in managing research here. The next question here from Mrs. Obishaki is, where do we go from here? The youth are not here. Of course, they are not here. I agree with you. Where do you go from here? Well, I suggested something. Let's look into our curriculum. All these special elective we are doing. Why not introduce IP component into it? That's just the way. That whether they like it or not, they will take it, offer it. It doesn't have to be something that will add to their CGPA. They will offer it. And once they offer it, once the sensitization is there, all these young folks you are seeing, the money they will make. There is one student like that, I think during the ASU strike, he was in part 3, then medicine. Right? That was when he went to learn software engineering. So, and he came up with some software. One of his roommates happens to be my student. And that was there. You need to see my Ogao for advice. And he came and described everything. I said, well, you are sitting on a gold mine. He was smiling. I said, this is money. Why not just make contact about end users? He contacted MTN. And MTN asked him to come. Right? They were interested in it. So he came to see me. I said, when you are going, don't go the way you dress like one of these Awu boys. They will underprice what you have. Dress nicely in a suit, get a briefcase, get one of your friends to carry a briefcase beside you as your PA. Get complimentary card. On your complimentary card, don't put Lageredia. Because as far as some people is concerned, good things can never come from this part. So, I said, if you want me to follow you, I will, but you will pay my fees. Because, nothing is free, even in Freetown, right? So, I advised him like that. But after that, he didn't contact me again. He just went on his own. He didn't believe in what he had. And there, MTN offered him 3 million naira. So when he came, said the offer 3 was so excited. I said, you have lost out. That thing worth 70 million. I said, but don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Go back and repackage it in it. And he went back. I said, the only thing that will pay me is we are losing you in the world of medical science. He finished from here. The last time I saw him, it was at conference center. Right? I just met him there. A big man, has PA here and there. He said he came here, he has the habit of getting some eggheads, young boys here that will do some work for him, about 6. He has a company in Lagos, and the turnover runs into billions every year. So what are you doing about medicine? He said, Oga, surgery will make no. Sorry, my chairman. Surgery he is making money. But if we can adjust our curriculum, let's push in IP. I think that's the way we can get them, right? And under the national IP strategy, which we work upon, part of the things government needs to do through the NUC is to ensure that intellectual property becomes a compulsory course, right? It's part of the suggestion, but it's one thing for you to put it, there is another thing whether they will take it. Because those who will read it, they don't even know what IP is all about. But at this level, I believe we can adjust, right? Let there be IP component. Those who are in the sciences, art, everywhere, let them be aware of, the economic value of what they are doing. If we are able to do that, I believe we'll be making progress. Then we have this question from our MC. How does one gain copyright? Now, copyright, you see, different component of IP, they have different laws governing them. Copyright, you don't need registration. In fact, this thing I wrote here, copyright has covered it. If you copy it, I can sue you. Do you understand? Once it is original and it's in a format from where it could be copied. if it's a patent, you have to register. If it's a design, you have to register. Trademarks, you register. But copyright, you don't need registration. However, the Copyright Commission, which is the government agency, saddled with the responsibility of copyright protection, administration, and so on and so forth, and enforcement, they have a scheme whereby you notify them so that they put the work in their data bank. Because if you have to go to court, court will not just listen to you until you get facts to prove your case. So, and at times it could be difficult. If you claim you are the first author and the other person says he's the first author, how do you establish who is the first author? But if you have notified them, you can bring their certificate. The certificate does not confer copyright on you, but enables you to prove your case in court, right? So that one is there. Then, how are artists, how can they patent ideas? You know, there are criteria you have to follow. For any work that is to be patented, it must be works of invention, it must be new, it must be non-obvious, and it must be applicable industrial process. Those are just the three basic, criteria. So if you have an idea or you have an invention that does not meet up with this, patent will not help you at all. Are we together? But you may talk about beads, that you are involved in beads, art and craft. Well, industrial design can help you, and some aspect of copyright as well. I hope you understand. So, but it's always good to listen to an expert. But of course, when you go to expert, you pay for it. It's still part of showing respect for creativity. Do you understand? Someone came for an advice the other time. I said, you pay. Is that how much? Maybe it's letter you want to write. I said, you pay 50,000 for letter. I said, well, you know English language. You are write it yourself. Because if you don't protect creativity, creativity will lose value. And when it loses value, those of us in the world of creativity will not have relevance. I still want to have relevance. That's why I charge my fee.
Okay, my question is for the social scientist and let's say psychologist, researcher that also, is it possible for them to patent their ideas, or should they collaborate with the hardware industries? Like, because so far I've observed that is the scientists and the engineers that get patents for their work. So the social scientists and the likes that are not involved in hardware and the likes, can they patent their ideas?
It all depends on, the so-called intellectual property you want to protect. There are various forms of intellectual property. Copyright is there, patent, industrial design, trademark, trade secrets, several. So it depends on what you have. So the first thing is, whatever you have, an expert must look at it. You tell him this is what you have. Is then the expert will tell, from the narrative you are giving me, maybe patent will be useful, maybe industrial design will be useful, maybe trademark, and maybe a combination of everything. Because at times, if you can be protected by as many types of copyright regime, IP regime, it's better to go for it. That's why Coca-Cola that you see is so many IP regime is involved in protecting. The bottle, that design, is industrial design. You can't reproduce it anywhere in the world. You'll be infringing their rights, right? That Coca-Cola, they always write this way. That's trademark. Thou shalt not copy it. And of course, the content is protected by the trade secret. The formula, nobody knows. Just about 3 people in the world knows. Those working at Coca-Cola in Asijire, they just mix the concentrate. They don't know the formula, right? And they've been passing it down the generations. So you now see a combination of intellectual property protecting just one product. So you go for as many, layers or levels of protection you can get. Because if it's a good product, people will want to violate it. Do you understand? There was a time, I think 1984, Coca-Cola war with Pepsi. Now those who are around then will remember. There was this competition, right? And Pepsi wanted to get the formula. They were almost, in fact, they got it. Coca-Cola just twisted it a bit to maintain their uniqueness, right? So instead of trying to copy Coke now, they now say, well, let's develop our own brand. We can succeed more with that than trying to be copycat. So you need the knowledge of an expert. Then we'll give you advice as to how to go about whatever you have. You get what I'm saying? Okay.
Somebody is still asking.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the speaker and particularly your throwing light more. You mentioned something in passing that patent can be used as a collateral.
Yeah.
How can this be?
Well, in Nigeria, we have not been giving attention to that as such. In fact, you know, when companies go for mergers and acquisition, one of the key things they go for, they care so much about is IP asset. Because the IP asset of a company usually is more valuable than the physical asset that it has. So if you have a company, for instance, that has huge IP asset or IP portfolio, you can use that as collateral when you are negotiating for loan. But in Nigeria, because we are not yet there, there are no national policy to encourage that. IP valuation is still something, you know, expertise is very low. IP auditing, we don't do it. Companies don't even care so much about their IP asset. When they look at their balance sheet, is what they earn from the physical something that they consider to be valuable. That's why attention has not been given to that. But gradually, we are moving forward. It's part of the ideas we have suggested in the draft IP policy. That when government approve it now, the banking sector and finance sector, you know, they will be one way or the other motivated to start giving attention to IP as collateral. But we are not yet there. You want to ask something, man? Oh, okay. 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 Okay.
Thank you very much. I think mine will just be from the angle of a content creator and also a creative entrepreneur. First and foremost, to address the young lady's question about how do you copyright your works and all of that. It's very possible, and like Prof said, these are things that we have put together to help creative entrepreneurs, to help creative people to be able to IP their assets, their works. And there is no limit, like Prof said, to what you can copyright. You can copyright your name, you can copyright your signature, you can copyright your music, your books, your poems, everything is possible. And you can see me after. I would, of course, like Prof said, I want to toe that line. There's no free lunch in Freetown. And secondly, sir, to also charge this gathering regarding women. I think the two speakers have spoken about the creativity of women and several other speakers. And I believe that women ought to leave this place charged and begin to dictate into, their creativity to look at what they can put together. And OAU is actually sitting on a gold mine that we're not really looking at, and which brings me to my third point. I think it was in 2021 that the Vice President, Yemi Osinbajo, mentioned at the African CEO Forum in Abidjan that what is needed for Africa is actually collaboration, cooperation, and partnerships. And why he's saying that is to bring the collaboration and cooperations from the Western world, that is the global North, to the global South. I want to take that as a model for OAU, in the sense that we see these great this institution that has different units, the PPTO, the gender, you have the Central Office of Research, you have IFEDS, you have the Advancement Center that's sitting on the alumni of this great institution of over 60 years. But what I see is a trend of operating in silos. So we need to come up with what I would say a call to action from this particular event. This event is going to be the event that would turn around this university. If there's a call to action, there's a communique, and then we begin to see cooperation, collaboration, and partnership within the OAU as a microcosm of, like an institution. So once we have that, we can then come up with, I'm saying we, I'm now talking like an alum, to have a strategy like what Prof said regarding the policy, the strategy for IP. And of course, that is when we begin to form my fourth point, which is a critical mass of intellectual property assets for OAU. OAU is sitting on a gold mine. It's, I don't want to overflow that point. You have the students who are to have them alums like Fireboy. You have what's this guy's name, Ashake. You have others that are even entrepreneurs that we haven't tapped or taken possession or taking ownership of this asset. So we begin to see how do we begin to form a critical mass for that recognition as OAU, as that gold mine. Until we do that, we're going to be losing out to other universities that would want to draw funding, which is my last point, funding for entrepreneurship. Good, I think the president, the outgoing president, he has signed the Startup Act. And that is a brilliant thing because we were not in the Committee of Nations that were going anywhere forward with startups and entrepreneurship. But we've had that signed into law. So how do we capitalize that? How do we begin to form that critical mass in OAU? Prof said something about the Innovation Park, and my heart continues to bleed that why would we sit on top of all of this and we will be chasing the government for money? It should be the other way around. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Please, let's do a round of applause for Professor Adedeji. He takes his leaves now. And just before we close the program, Dr. Ogundari is still within in case we have anyone with questions. So we go back to the goodwill messages now. Is Professor Simeon Deyinka still within? Okay, she is not around. Who is representing the Department of Fine Arts here? Department of Fine Arts. Okay, Fine and Applied Arts. I have applied to Fine now. Okay, they are not in. Then I will be glad to call on Professor Ilori to speak on behalf of other awardees and patentees. Olegunla ló kẹ́yìn ìgbàlẹ̀ bàbá ti dé, so ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to commend the effort of the organizers of this event, especially the ED, that is Executive Director, Central Office of Research, and also the Director of Iptto. So thank you very much for this organization. I know it's an annual event. When I was the director, we used to do it. It's an annual event. So for them to put it, put it up this year, it's a great achievement. So thank you very much. Now, before I appreciate you on behalf of the other awardees, let me make some comments on your presentation. The first aspect of your presentation has to do with, where you mentioned that, Professor Adedeji, he mentioned that the intellectual property, that is patent, is not being recognized for promotion. It is in this university. I could remember some people in this hall, their patent certificates were used to assess them. Instead of 5 marks for very good, excellent publication in journal, so for patent, it is 10 marks. And we are still applying, they are still applying it. So up to now, they are still applying it. So again, you also mentioned that there is poor linkage between academics and the industry. Yes, it is true. And in all workshops and conferences I've attended, this issue has been coming up. which means nothing has been done on it. In fact, nothing can be done on it until government comes in. And they have to come in terms of policy. If government makes it a policy that every industry should link with the university, I'm sure the situation will improve. There was a research we carried out some years ago on this industrial academic linkage. We discovered that the university, we prefer to stand alone. We prefer to publish and get promotion. But as we have realized this morning, research will earn us money, even after our retirement, in terms of patenting and commercialization of the research results. So what I'm trying to say is that government has to come up with a policy that industry should link up with the university in terms of solving their problems. In abroad, in the industry, their research problems are usually solved by the universities. So we have to have a policy that will make it compulsory for this kind of collaboration. Then, well, the last, I want to, on behalf of the awardees, thank once again the organization, the organizer of this event. We thank you very much for recognizing our past contributions, and also want to thank you for recognizing the effort the patentees have made in coming out with their patents, the research results. So once again, I say thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, sir, and congratulations. Right now, we've come to the end of this event, this August occasion. Okay, I'd like to ask if any other person has a question. Any other question before we finally close? Okay, in the absence of none, I'd like to... Okay, you will call on the director of IPPTO for the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy for today. Yes, the turnout was a bit low, but the truth is that we've had a very wonderful time. Please, I want you to appreciate yourself for staying this long. And I do believe that you have gained a lot. Sometimes you only need one disciple. Yeah, just one person who will get the vision right. And that one person can transform a larger society, not just the immediate environment. And I want to believe that we all go out from here to do just that. Am I hearing yes? Please, we have so much deposited in us today. Let us groom what has been deposited in us. That will be my charge as I say thank you. And that will be my own way of saying thank you. And I'm sure I will still thank you in the future because we are not going to let this effort go into waste. We went on radio stations, we did our publicities, we wrote letters, we did emails, we did flyer, we did everything. And I know that that one disciple, or perhaps I'll get 12. I'll get 12 from all of us here to do justice to today's event. I want to sincerely appreciate our OAUIS students. Thank you very much. When we heard that all the schools had prolonged holiday, longer than usual, we still got OAUIS to be here today. I want you to please help me say a big thank you to the principal for supporting this program, and I want to appreciate the teachers. I think I saw 2 of them. The principal himself was here in the morning. I want to say very big thank you to everyone. I want to thank our HODs. Let me thank Dr. B.C. Johnson for being here throughout. I appreciate you. I want to appreciate every one of us, our interns, for your efforts, for your contributions, for your support. I want to thank all our sponsors because I know that without some people's contributions, we would not have had this program to be a success. And on that list, I want to appreciate
especially Mrs. Oluneye, for the jotters we are saying, the mugs we are saying, she gave them to us. We really appreciate it. Not just that you spared your time, not just that you risk your life coming here, you've also contributed significantly. And I know that as an entrepreneur, as a woman, you are an encouragement on this day when we are having Women and IP program. So thank you very much. I must thank my immediate past predecessor. I have many predecessors. Invitation to be awarded and to be celebrated. We thank you very much, sir. The IP policy that you worked hard to produce will continue to speak of your good work. Thank you. I must thank another predecessor and my immediate boss, the only executive director on this campus, Professor Akoni Akiyemi. Thank you very much. Yes, it was one time IPTTO director, I think 2016 to 2018. And yeah, I am. I know there have been some other directors after him, even before our, I think Prof took over from you, great. And I took over from him, so no gap. Thank you. I want to thank all the directors in the Central Office of Research, especially there's somebody who acts like my right-hand man, Professor Hodu. Thank you very much. I want to thank all the staff of COR and all our interns. There's somebody I must appreciate specially, and that is the chairman committee of this. Please let me appreciate him. Let me appreciate him. Yes. Anytime we run to him and we say we need to pass this information to all faculties, he will always oblige us. He will always support us. And he has demonstrated. In fact, seeing you here, I've seen all the deans. I'm not going to think about who came and who didn't come. So thank you very much for your presence and for your humble nature, for always supporting Central Office of Research. We will know we will still call you again. So I want to thank you very much, everyone, our PRO, our MC, everybody, for your time, for your interest, for your support. Thank you very much. Another time is coming. God will spare our lives to 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma, for the vote of thanks. Right now, we have come to an end, we've come to the end of this event, and I would love us to please jam a round of applause for yourselves for waiting along till this time. And I would really want to say that please do not forget all what you've learned today on intellectual property, and make sure you actually use them. On this note, I say thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Obrigada. Danke schön. Gracias. And we are going to see you some other time. Eshe goni. Yeah, and for Igbo, emailer